You guys tell me when we're ready. Are we ready, Heather? I didn't realize my mic was on. Okay, got to get used to this. Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing this morning? Yeah, I like a good crowd. That's awesome. Well, it's my honor to welcome you to NetElixir's 8th annual X equals Experience event. My name is Angela Riley. I'm the Senior Director of Finance and Operations at NetElixir, and I'm going to be your guide today as we navigate through our speakers and events throughout the day. I have the pleasure of welcoming you here to beautiful Grounds of Sculpture in central New Jersey. And also welcoming those of us joining via live stream. This is the first time in our 8-year history that we have live streamed the event. So I hope that those of you who are here with us virtually are as excited to be here as we are to have you. Some housekeeping items for those of you in the room. The bathrooms are out the door around over there. Also, on your name tags, you guys see that we have some QR codes. So an easy way to get someone's contact information, take a click of their QR code. It'll bring you directly to their LinkedIn. So that way you can connect with people easily and quickly. And also, you're going to hear more about it throughout the day. I'm going to be talking about it a lot. But we're going to have a raffle today for our philanthropy, the Udon Foundation. So our goal today is to raise hopefully $10,000 between our event here as well as our virtual listeners. So. After 19 months of very difficult times, we're so excited to have finally an in-person event. Yay! So I'm very happy to see so many smiling faces, and we're very hopeful that today's event is the beginning of a new norm of in-person collaboration. Also, we truly appreciate everybody's understanding that we did have to limit some of our attendance today, but we obviously want to have everybody safe and follow all COVID protocols. Before I continue, I want to just take a quick moment and thank Ms. Heather Dessette, who's in the back. So Heather is our Senior Marketing Manager at NetElixir, and she has put this whole event together, worked tirelessly with her team, Shannon Kelly, who some of you may have met last night, and Sana Habib. So I want to thank Heather and her team. I also want to take a moment and introduce to you Lily Jeffers, who is also in the back. So Lily is serving as our intern today, and Lily is an extension of the NetElixir family through our dear friend, Ms. Ruth Jeffers of Jeffers Pet. So thank you, Lily. I hope you have fun today. So finally, I want to thank all of our guest speakers, clients, and friends here today. We're excited to have you part of our NetElixir family, and I'm looking forward to learning together as we uncover this year's theme, which is Rethinking Innovation. Before I move on, I forgot to mention the Wi-Fi, no password on the Wi-Fi for those of us here today. And I forgot to move forward to my welcome slide, so here we are. But before I move on to our welcome address, I just wanted to some of you might be asking yourself, who is NetElixir? So NetElixir is one of the top independent digital marketing agencies, and we pride ourselves on empowering e-commerce growth through empathy, insights, and innovation. We offer world-class products and services and are excited to partner with innovative and strategic trailblazers like UPS, Google, Microsoft, Miva, Illumio, and many more. As you know, from today, we are a learning organization, and as is evident by this event, we take learning seriously, and we always want to have continual learning and listening, because we all know if we're listening, we're learning, and if we're learning, we're growing. So learning is very important to NetElixir. And finally, you're going to learn today about part of our social agenda, which is our philanthropy, the Udon Trust and Flight Foundation. Through this scholarship program, we can support girls in India through 6 years of education to allow them the opportunity to pursue any dreams they want. So I'm really excited for you guys to learn more about that. And more importantly, how you can help us help them. So Dane's going to go into more detail with that. So with that, I am going to introduce to you our fearless leader, Mr. Dane Bose, the CEO and founder of NetElixir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Angela, and everyone sort of joining in virtually as well. It was a strategic move. It was a master strategic move having the head of finance as the MC, because that sort of sets the, sets the ground rules very well for the entire day. Well, thank you very much for coming in. I really wanted to sort of touch base. I think we have a lot of you who have really attended multiple events. For some of you, it's the first time. I know, Michele, welcome from Stanford all the way, sort of coming in. Aaron, welcome from Miami. So we have a pretty diverse group of folks sort of coming in here. And I wanted to touch really quick about the purpose and the evolution of this, this event as such. Because some of you may be asking the question as to why does NetElixir, a digital marketing firm, really go ahead and do this? Honestly speaking, the answer is just our passion for learning and listening. I think that's the very simple answer. But let me go into a bit of a history as well. So this is my friend. He was the dean of Cornell Business School, Vishal Gaur. He also happened to be 1 year senior to me in my college, IIT Delhi. And I used to teach in his class as a guest lecturer for about 5 years. And during these lecture sessions, I really got to meet a lot of professors. And I was just quite blown away by the gap between the academic world and the real world. Right? For example, the academic world still was talking about things in 1980s and 70s and probably, and the real world was a very different world. So we said that can we really build an event which brings together the academicians as well as the practitioners as well. So that's the inspiration, that's the genesis. We had the first one in 2013. We have kept this venue the same. As we were planning the entire event, I remember Keith, Tulika, and I were sitting in the conference room and just thinking as to what should the event be. And when you are planning something new, I think an easy way is what should the event not be. So I think the not be part, the first one was we didn't want it to be a classic conference. A classic conference, again, in my very limited knowledge, was a lot of people, a lot of presentations, and somehow I think there is a bit of a detachment, for lack of a better word. So presenters present, listeners listen, they take notes, and that's it. So we wanted to create a very intimate event. So the first thing was we wanted to limit it to about 40 in-person attendees. This year, as Angela has mentioned, unfortunately because of COVID, we have had to limit it to a lesser number, about 28. And that, I think, was the first one. The second one was we said that all the conferences are held in a hotel. Can we really do a conference actually which is not in a hotel? And as we were thinking about, we came across this, what is called the best kept secret in New Jersey called the Grounds for Sculpture. And we decided to host it in a sculpture garden because the venue should be inspiring enough as well. Then the third component was we said that we will not do any discussions about digital marketing. So that was a massive departure. We said that I think you have enough conferences where you really get a lot of people preaching about what should you do in paid search, paid social, et cetera, and there's a different format. But can we really use this conference just to listen? Right? Just to listen and get inspired. Because I think all of us are so busy in our day-to-day lives that in many cases we do not really have the time to step back and really just sort of listen and think in a different way. And again, a little bit of a trivia, a bit of a walk down the memory lane. So I have a very good friend called Shiraz Meenwala. So he's actually a very famous physics professor. So at one point in time, we were discussing a lot as to, he may be in physics and talking about, I don't know, the black hole theory. But at some point in time, there is a concept of unified approach to the entire knowledge world. So who knows, maybe there is some connection between digital and the black hole theory, what Michele, you were sort of talking about, culture, basically. So everything seems to be connected. So that was, I think, the idea. So in this event, you will not get anything about digital marketing. You will not get anything about specific tactics and techniques. What you will sort of get to know is ideas that you may probably have thought of or may not have thought of as well. And hopefully these ideas are able to inspire you to think a little differently as well. So moving on, I think this was the core purpose. We said that can we really bridge the gap between academics and the industry leaders? The second one was very powerful. When great minds meet, magic happens. So we have some folks sort of in this room, and they are all drawn in by one common theme. The theme is the love for knowledge, and sort of learning something new, getting inspired, and making friends. So that's, I think, the second one. And the third one is there is so much that we know. It's very a simple, humble admission that there is so much that we do not know. But is this an opportunity for us to really just broaden as to how we think? So that's, I think, the next part. We believe, I think, in this class, and I still remember we have had a lot of very senior executives come in. I think one of the requests that we have had is once you sort of get in this room, you are just a student. We don't know your title, we don't know your company, we don't know your designation, you're just a student. And the quality of the students and the class essentially defines as to how successful this event is. The reason we have fantastic friends like Ruth and Louis coming over every year she's coming from Alabama. Louis came in from North Carolina. So we have people from all over the place coming in. And honestly speaking, they're not really here to learn digital marketing from us. They are here to just get inspired and make new friends. So that's, I think, a key component. And because of the students like them, we are able to really elevate the overall quality of discussion and conversation. The aspiration, the very clear aspiration is if we can really have those conversations which we used to have in our classrooms. Remember the business school case study situation, Aaron, that you probably had in class where there were furious discussions and cross-questioning and so on. So that's exactly what we are hoping to generate. I think, Michele, you probably would be coming from Stanford, definitely. Those furious discussions you would not be sort of unfamiliar with. The second part is I think we believe that discussions of that nature can happen only in intimate settings. So we have tried to consciously keep all the companies and all the executives effectively from different groups and different categories and industries altogether almost. We have tried to consciously keep away press or anything which sort of puts it on, sort of makes it public. And even, for example, Susie is joining us from eMarketer, which I think everyone knows about eMarketer. But I think I've requested her, it's just more of your point of view rather than eMarketer data that I would sort of request you to share. So I think those are the things which are extremely important because your point of view, I think, is extremely important. So that's the second one. And the third one is having a reliable knowledge group is very interesting. So let us say Ken needs something. Wouldn't it be cool if she can just sort of quickly click and just talk to Susie for a quick bit and then sort of move on, right? So we are trying to build this knowledge group or knowledge ecosystem, which I very firmly believe will really be the biggest competitive advantage moving forward if we really do it well. So one of the requests which I have for all the attendees, which I do it pretty shamelessly all the time, so the only way for this group to grow is if you can just invite one of your friends who you believe can be interested in such a content. It is not digital marketing, it is not about sales, it is about someone who is passionate about knowledge and just thinking a little differently. So we would really appreciate that. So that's, I think, my only ask of you essentially today. This was our first event, which was held in 2013. So Marlita couldn't join again. She's still not really going out during COVID and so on. So a lot of people have to really skip. But this is the first time she is not going to be able to attend, Michele. So, I'm sorry, Ruth. So I think the overall concept is, can we really have these sessions in terms of ideation? So the discussions, let us say Randy has a great idea, can she discuss with, let us say, Ron? And so I think that stimulation is extremely important. The second is inspiration. We have been very lucky enough to really have some tremendous evangelist professors. And one of the evangelist professors has been Sheena Iyengar. She was the ex-dean of Columbia Business School. And she's one of the top 3 choice theorists in the world. She's actually visually impaired, but she has presented about 2 times in this event and so on. And when you really sort of meet and listen to folks like this, you cannot but help feel inspired. So I think that's one of the inspiring part. And Michele, no pressure on you. You are going first. I know. I know. So then about the friendships part. Right? So I think here you would sort of see it just sort of mix like, it's almost like sort of meeting with those long lost friends and just having those chats and conversations. I think that is extremely, extremely important overall, sort of getting in. And the industry, academia, research, this is an aspiration. I know we have done it in bits and pieces. So we felt that the academic world or the research world, there is an opportunity for the research world to go ahead and really sort of collaborate a lot more closely with the industry. In many cases, they need the data while to really come up with the research, while I'm pretty sure the practitioners need their understanding and learning. So if we can really foster that, that will be quite awesome. And yeah, I mean, so this time the theme is rethinking innovation for a purpose, because last 19 months, as Angela mentioned, have been a pretty grueling time. And I really want to be sensitive to the fact that many of us, I think all of us probably have gone through our own challenges in the last 19 months. And many of you sort of who are joining in virtually, I'm pretty sure would have gone through those challenges as well. But I think let us take this opportunity to rethink the future a little differently. Because there is an opportunity. There is definitely an opportunity. And hopefully this event is able to kindle that level of rethinking of the entire innovation world. So that you can really sort of just trace and map the future a little more differently as well. So moving on to the second part of my presentation, and I think this is the overall event schedule. We'll just go into these pieces. We have Michele sort of coming right after me. We'll have a coffee break. And then we'll have Chieh joining us from, he's the founder and CEO of Box.com. It's one of those phenomenal success stories which has really happened in the retail space. Then we have this custom of a group photo, right? Because those become tremendous memories. So we'll have that in the ground floor sculpture. Then we'll go have lunch at Rats and then do a site tour. No, normally it is a tour, guided tour, but this time, unfortunately, the docents are still not really back in action because of the COVID. So we'll probably have to figure out our own way. We'll split it into about 2 groups and figure it out. So I think that's the request. And then we have a retail exec panel. So we have Louis, Susie, and Parag essentially joining us on the retail exec panel. And then we have Jonah Berger from Wharton. He is joining us roughly post-lunch. So he'll be sort of presenting the final presentation. We'll do a Udaan raffle, which is, I'll get to Udaan shortly. And then we'll just sort of always have a champagne toast to celebrate the friendship and the power of knowledge. The next part of the presentation essentially is about this community. Now, I can't really even express as to how thankful I am to this community just for making a difference. And I'll probably play a video. I know, Heather, probably we don't have the video, but I'll try to sort of put it on the internet and just try to find it out on the YouTube. OK, so that's where I think I really wanted to sort of do this. Because we started a foundation, this was actually in December 2015, when we essentially went to a government girls' school in India. And just to give you an understanding of the government girls' school, this entire school of 800 girls had 1 bathroom. And they got about 2 hours of running water on a daily basis. So in certain cases, it's very difficult to fathom the level of hardship that these guys faced. So we went to the 10th grade class, and we asked a simple question. How many of you girls do you think you can really score 80% marks in your 10th grade exam? And they couldn't understand English very much, so we had to translate it. And 3 girls very shakily raised their hands, right? Because no one had asked this question to them, and they were not supposed to study beyond the 10th grade. And we said that just suppose that we were to select about 2 or 3 of you and sponsor your 11th and 12th class education, and 4 years of college or 5 years of college in India, wherever you really want to sort of do college, and then offer you a job if you are interested in our company. How many of you think you'll be willing to study hard to get 80%? And about, I think, 14 girls raised their hand. When the results came out, we had 21 girls who had scored more than 80%, and 6 of them had scored more than 90%. Right? So though we were not able to sponsor everyone, we selected 3 girls. And this is where, again, one of the girls, and this is, I think, I have a picture probably. This is the, so this is on May 17, 2016, and this girl's name is Swati. Her mother breaks stones. She makes about, if you really convert Indian currency into dollars, she makes about $25 a month. So with that level of earning, you unfortunately cannot support an education. So she had, and she's a single mom. Swati's dad passed away when she was 4. And so effectively, she had decided to get Swati married away. In fact, 20th of June 2016 was the date that she was supposed to get married away. She's a very bright girl. She sort of got into the scholarship. And what happened next now, because now 2016, it's exactly, I still get those goosebumps. It's about 6 years now or 5 years now that she has been gone through this thing. And now, just last week, actually, last Saturday, she has gotten 2 job offers from Accenture and Virtusa. And she was one of the top 5 students in this institute. She actually did a video. Can't we really play the video now? If there is an internet, we can just sort of put it up. Yeah.
It's a really nice video. So.
Yeah, I really wanted to see the video because those emotions I don't think I'll be able to ever capture. So Tulika and I did a Zoom call along with 2 of our colleagues. And that video sort of gives me a lot of chills still. So just. Yeah. No, it's fine. And the reason I wanted to play this video is many of you in this group have contributed. So I really wanted to thank all of you that have not even seen her on her behalf. So that's, I think, the entire idea behind doing this video. Can we play it? Can we play it now? Oh, yeah. Sorry.
The support and encouragement from Udan team is a lot of big thing for me, sir. Because I'm so happy, sir. I'm not expressive like.
It's difficult not to think about that 28th December 2015 when we went to your classroom and when we asked a simple question, how many of you can score more than 80% in your 10th class exam? It's very interesting. You were actually one of those 3 girls. So you had that spark and confidence then as well. And you got into the program and here we are. Now you are sort of getting multiple job offers from the top multinational companies worldwide. So I also remember a very specific session, which I wanted to share with your mom. I think, Nitri, you'll have to probably sort of help me in translating this. She had said that from today, Swati is your daughter, your responsibility, right? So what I wanted to share, in 6 years, hopefully we have done well on the responsibility and we are giving your daughter back to you. And now I think she is the one who is going to change your entire life. Your entire world changes from here. So I hope that makes you proud.
అదే ఇప్పుడు కూడా నేను చెప్తానమ్మా, మీరు మాత్రము మీరు లేకపోతే మా పాపకు ఈ స్థాయిలో తెచ్చేదాన్ని కాదు. అంటే మా ఫ్యామిలీకి కాదని మీరే మాకు ఎక్కువ అమ్మా. సార్కి ఎలా చెప్పాలని అసలు మాకు మాట్లాడడానికి కూడా రావట్లేదు, అంత సంతోషంగా ఉంది. అసలు మీరు లేకపోతే అసలు మా పాప ఇలా తెచ్చేదాన్నే కాదు, ఈ స్థితిలో ఉండేదే కాదు. అసలు మీకు ఎంత మొత్తం మా ఊరు మొత్తం చెప్పుకుంటానని తెలుసునమ్మా. అట్లా మా పాపని పెద్ద సార్ చదివిస్తాను, మా సాఫ్ట్వేర్ సార్ చదివిపిస్తానంటే వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇప్పుడు బాగానే చదివిపిస్తాను. అట్లా అసలు స్వాతి అదృష్టం అనేసి ఇప్పుడు కూడా అంటుంటారు ఊర్లో.
Yes, sir. I'm really happy, sir, that I want to communicate, sir. I am here because of everyone, sir. So, one thing is my hard work is one thing, and the support and encouragement from Udan team is a lot of big thing for me, sir. Because I'm so happy, sir. I'm not expressive like.
So this essentially, I think we have been able to validate, right? When you really teach a girl, you teach a village, or basically you impact an entire village. So that was, I think, one video which I wanted to play because sorry, I'm not really going through the welcome slides again, but so it was obviously a very emotional moment for us, right? Because you can really now actually see the overall impact that you have done. And again, thank you very much to the Udan community for this one, because without your help, it wouldn't have been possible. So what we have done is we have really done those fundraisers, as Angela mentioned, and I think 2017, 18, 19, all the members who have really attended the X-Equals experience essentially have really helped. So thank you very much again. We do classes in terms of women's hygiene. It's really difficult for me to even communicate the quality of life that they have. So I probably will not even try doing that. But in many cases, your help has really made a massive difference. And COVID-19 was a different level of challenge altogether. I mean, one, obviously, remote learning challenges. Now, none of these girls had laptops priorly, so sort of our team bought the laptops. They live in slums, so they don't really have any internet connectivity and all, right? So we had to sort of really go ahead and get the internet connections and all that. And then I think the biggest challenge we faced was their parents really lost their jobs. I mean, their job was breaking stones, right? I mean, there was no work and there was a lockdown. So I think the daily wage workers were impacted. So we actually raised money and actually paid for their entire livelihood, their families and so on. So I really am very thankful to the overall team in India, because without their support, just giving money, I think is probably an easy thing to do, right? As I sort of contribute money, you contribute money. But they are the ones who have been really in the field and really doing all these actions. So I'm really, really thankful to all of the team members. And I know a lot of you are joining virtually as well. So a very special thanks for all of you. We got everyone vaccinated, so I think was a good part. And we just keep moving forward. That's I think, the story of Udan. And our goals for 2022 is, now we have really, again, I don't want to objectify this, but I think now we have really closed the loop, that this is possible, right? You can actually sort of get a girl who was sort of getting married at the age of 14, you can actually sort of get her placed in a good company. It's possible. It's a working model now. I don't want to objectify, but it's almost like an MVP has been created and proven. So now the goal is, how can we really scale this MVP? I think the good news is she already has been, her mother has been, as she mentioned, talking to their entire village. And the village now, there are many more girls who are now encouraged to read and study. Because earlier there was no hope for them. And that's where I think that was a big plus for this one. And we are aiming to sponsor about 5 girls in 2022. And the cost of education per girl is about $15,000 for the entire 6 years. And yeah, I mean, so I think now that we have the initial success story, I must say that we feel extremely emboldened that we can really take it to the next level and make a big difference as such. So how can you really get involved? I think this is a raffle. I think you would have seen all those fun gifts at the back of my car, those of you traveling in. So all has been organized by Heather, so a big thanks to Heather for doing this. We'll be doing a raffle, and each raffle ticket is $10. If you have 5 tickets, it's $45 and so on and so forth. So my request is, again, at this point in time, I think raffle is just a means to really raise money. But I think the more important part is, I really wanted to, on the behalf of the entire Udaan team, just convey our heartfelt thanks to you, right? Because your dollar has made a difference for someone. It has transformed not just her life, but her entire family's life. So a big thank you from us. Some of you who are interested in donating online, we can really go to the site as well. But I really want to sort of end with that, that this group that we had really sort of started coming together in 2013, right? And we started coming together with the 13, which was a very clear motive, a selfish motive, I would say. I wanted to bridge the gap between the academic world and the real world. But by adding the social purpose, I think this has really given this unique X equals experience family a completely different meaning altogether. And I thank all of you for making a difference, because we are making a difference, and that was the proof together. So thank you very much for this. Thanks for joining in again today and really making this community vibrant. We really appreciate your support, your friendship, and hope you have a fantastic conference or unconference. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Udane. So throughout the day, I'll keep reminding you. So Lily's going to be in the back to help collect any donations you want for the Udaan Trust, as well as the raffle. And I know everybody's excited to find out what that mystery prize is, right? With that, I'm excited to introduce you to our first speaker today, Michele Gelfand, Professor of Organizational Behavior at Stanford University. Michele is an acclaimed author and professor and has used field, experimental, computational, and neuroscience methods to help understand the evolution of culture and its multi-level consequences. Michele has received numerous awards, most recently in 2021, receiving the Contributions to Society Award from the Organizational Behavior Division of the Academy of Management, as well as the Annalise Research Award from the Humboldt Foundation. Today, Michele is going to present to us The Secret Life of Social Norms. I'd like to have everybody help me welcome Michele Gelfand. Ooh, sorry.
Okay, great. Let me just see. Okay, great. Well, it's so fabulous to be here. I really loved how you sort of set our frame of mind. In Buddhism, they call it beginner's mind. Some of you that are out there, kind of Buddhist like me, trying to be Buddhist, are constantly trying to just learn as much as humanly possible. I'm an academic, and I'm here to kind of tell you a little about my research with the hope that we can kind of really respond to your plea for us to have more bridging across academia and really what you do, which is more important than the stuff that I do. So I'm going to tell you about my work on culture, and I will just kind of give you a high-level overview of the work and sort of end with some really thoughts about what we can learn together on this topic. So let me start with one of my favorite stories. These two fish are swimming along, and they pass another fish. And he says, "Hey, boys, how's the water?" And they swim on, and one looks at the other and says, "What the heck is water?" And you might have heard this very simple story that makes a really pretty profound point, which is that sometimes the realities around us that are so obvious, they're most difficult to see. We take them for granted. And for fish, that's water. But for humans, that's culture. And culture is this really weird puzzle. It's omnipresent. It's all around us 24/7. But we really don't think about it. We think about it really when we get outside of our cultural bubble and we realize, holy moly, like we've been socialized to have our own culture that's driving our behavior all the time. But we don't really think about it. We don't really understand it. And what's so fascinating from my point of view is that as humans, we have so many technical feats and accomplishments. We've put a human on the moon. We've wired the earth. We've discovered the laws of physics. You know, we've done a lot of good stuff. But what if we could understand some of the underlying laws of culture, sort of secret codes driving our behavior? So that's the kind of stuff that I've been really interested in for like 30 years now. I just dye my hair, so you can't tell. I do want to say I wasn't always interested in culture. I am a native New Yorker. I don't know if you could tell by my accent. Even though I'm a transplant to California, I'm always a New Yorker. And I had this kind of typical New Yorker view of the world. You guys might have seen this New Yorker cartoon. Everything that we need to learn about is through the New Yorker magazine. And I had this kind of typical view. You know, there's New York City. We do acknowledge New Jersey. I think that's a major point in this cartoon. But then there's the rest of the world. There's rocks in the Pacific Ocean. And I was a junior at Colgate University, and I went abroad to the UK. And I was kind of a sheltered kid from Long Island, as we call it. And I was in a tremendous state of culture shock. I just really couldn't understand, even though we spoke English, the culture in the UK. And I remember calling my dad, Marty from Brooklyn, and confiding him how just freaked out I was, basically. And among other things, why were people going from like London to Paris or to Amsterdam just for the weekend? And my dad said something very important on this call. It really changed my life. He said, imagine like it's going from New York to Pennsylvania. And I was like, oh, Pop, that is such a great metaphor. And I had a lot of time on my hands, so this is a true story. The next day, I booked a low-budget trip to Egypt. And my dad is like, what are you doing? I'm like, Pop, it's like going from New York to California. Don't worry about it. And I really started on that trip, this like 2-week Felucca boat low-budget tour. I was the only American, and I just really discovered this, whoa, I really know nothing about culture. And how is that the case? If it's the case, then I really know very little about myself. And I then set on a journey. I went back to Colgate. I was pre-med, and I just kind of pivoted. I discovered the field of cross-cultural psychology, which is a field that studies human behavior around the world. And I wound up going to Champaign-Urbana to study with one of the founders of my field. And Harry had some great advice. I think it kind of echoes what you have said earlier. He said, you know, first of all, be passionate about what you do. For many of us, that's not so difficult. His second point was, don't be afraid to be controversial, maybe a little more difficult. And the third thing that's the most difficult, he said, is don't take yourself too seriously. So I always tried to really kind of model that to my kids, my students. But in any event, since I was in Champaign-Urbana in the early 90s, I've been running around the world trying to understand, you know, how do cultures vary, why do they vary, and with what consequence? And I take a very broad view of culture that spans from nations to our households. And I started getting interested in this topic because I was traveling the world noticing just really big differences in how cultures organize themselves. For example, how many of you have been to Singapore? You know it's called the fine country because there's a lot of rules they have to abide by. You're not allowed to bring a lot of gum into the country. Americans think that's really weird. Come back to that a little later. You can get fined for lots of things like picking flowers or not flushing the toilet in public toilets, or even if you walk naked in front of your curtains at night with them open, you can land a fine in Singapore. I'm just warning you just in case you guys are considering that. If you take a short plane ride over to New Zealand, you'll see other types of behaviors. You see people walking barefoot in banks. You might see on college campuses people lighting up fires. New Zealand is also the only culture that I've encountered that has its own, or had its own, national wizard. So this dude here on the left is the national wizard of New Zealand. He was a fired professor from Australia who landed in the streets of New Zealand, and he was lecturing on everything from rugby to religion. and all sorts of other shenanigans. And the Prime Minister of New Zealand asked him to become the wizard. He gave him a little driver's license. I have a picture of it. It's not fake news. And he said, look, your job is to entertain the country. And that's what he did. He would hatch himself out of eggs on top of libraries and other things like that. Anyway, if you go around the world, you see other contrasts. Like in Germany, for example, in general, people tend to wait patiently on street corners, even when there's no cars in tow, cars around. In New York City, my beloved New York, you see people jaywalking all the time, even with kids in their arms. This is a very interesting device here that I discovered that is being piloted in some German cities. It's called street pong. And this dude is actually playing a game of ping pong, electric ping pong, with a person across the street. I've seen the technology, and it's really an incentive to kind of stay put. They tell you when the light's about to turn. So you can see there's kind of extra incentive to kind of follow the rules. On a more serious note, you know that in some contexts, like in the Netherlands, you can openly smoke weed. In other contexts, this same behavior can get you the death penalty. So there's lots of variation around the world in terms of constraint and latitude, or really how strictly people adhere to social norms. And these are kind of really the most interesting concept to me, because we follow social norms all the time. All human societies have norms. Sometimes these unwritten rules become more instantiated in laws and codes. And they're so important. They really are just an incredible human invention, because they help us to coordinate and predict each other's behavior on an unprecedented basis. And you can kind of think about, like, what if we never invented social norms? What would life be like on this planet? And it's really disturbing. I mean, imagine people just driving on any side of the street they want to drive on, or they're stealing food off of people's plates in restaurants and belching really loudly. That sounds like my New York family, by the way. Or they're, taking their clothes off and starting to get frisky with each other in banks, or on sidewalks or in airports. I saw a little bit of that yesterday in Newark, by the way. But there's a reason why we don't do these things. We are a normative species. We get normative radar very early in our lives. And although other species have some kind of ingredients of this normative psychology, they don't nearly have the scale at which they develop and enforce social norms. And it's the glue, really, that keeps us together. But what I've been studying over the last 10, 15 years, more even, is how that glue is stronger in certain contexts than others. And this is what we call tight and loose cultures. This is the subject of my book, Rule Makers, Rule Breakers. Tight cultures have strict norms and punishments for deviance. They restrict the range of behavior that's seen as permissible, whereas loose cultures have a much wider range of behavior that's permissible, and they have weaker norms. And there's nothing inherently better or worse about tight or loose, but they each confer certain strengths and liabilities to human groups. And I mean that from the nation level all the way to organizations, to our households, and our mindsets. So I'm going to take you on this kind of journey and talk about tight, loose, and really its logic. Why does it evolve in the first place? Maybe there's some good reasons why some groups evolve to be tight or loose. And what are those multi-level consequences with strengths and liabilities? But maybe even more importantly is, how do we negotiate this? Like, if we can make this visible, we have a new flashlight to view the world and ourselves, then we can harness the power of social norms to change them as needed. And that might be in organizations, that might be veering too tight or too loose. I'm going to talk a little bit that toward the end of the talk. It might be in our households. I, for one, am constantly negotiating with my kids on tight and loose, and spouse. I'm going to say, truth be told, I lean moderately loose, and he leans moderately tight. He's a lawyer, so we have different sort of pressures on our psychologies. And I'm going to later on show you a place to see my tight loose mindset quiz, so you can take it and see where you fall on this distinction. But the point here is that we can actually negotiate this construct in our everyday lives. And maybe on a more serious note, I'll end the talk talking about the implication of tight loose for COVID-19 and some of the research we've done on that, and maybe what we can learn from that when we invariably have to deal with future threats. So that's the kind of agenda. I want it on the record that I started late. I just want to negotiate. I just want to get that time back. All right, so I'm going to just give you a very high-level overview of this. This is meant to just give you a gist of what's going on with this construct and how we look at it. First time we started looking at this was just to try to see, can we measure this? This is what we try to do in the scientific community, is to prove this construct exists and is different from other constructs and so forth. And so we did a study, it was published in Science about 10 years ago now, where we looked to see, can we measure this construct and what does it relate to? These nations were chosen later, you'll see why, and we had a lot of people, but this is not a huge sample size, I just want to point that out. We had to stop collecting data at some point and analyze the data. And as we were collecting survey data, we're also measuring aspects of these nations' ecologies and their histories. We were doing all sorts of weird field experiments. We were sending my students around the world to do strange things in city streets. We'll talk about that. Because we wanted to get as much knowledge as possible about this construct. And we did show in this study that you could classify nations as whether they veered tight or loose, even though all nations have tight and loose elements. Places like Japan and Singapore, Austria tended to veer tighter in our data, just by example. Cultures like the US, New Zealand, Brazil, Greece, the Netherlands tended to veer looser. And there was all range of variation. It was a dimension, like you can think about a metric on which you can place nations. And what we discovered was really kind of an interesting trade-off from a lot of data I'm summarizing, what I call the order versus openness trade-off. Tight cultures have a lot of order in our data. They have less crime. They have more police per capita, more people, more security cameras, if we counted them in city streets per capita. They also have more uniformity and synchrony. So when we measure what people wear or the cars they drive, they're more uniform in tighter cultures. Actually, in one study, we also looked to see how synchronized are city clocks in streets. So you've probably been in a situation in some places, like in Italy. I'm like, you're not really sure what the time is, or agrees. The clocks really don't align. And so we measured how aligned are the city clocks in city streets, and sure enough, it was correlated with our data. Like tight cultures have much more synchrony in their city clocks. Other data show there's more synchrony in stock markets also in tight cultures, people buying and selling stocks more tightly coupled in these contexts. And also, we found in general, tight cultures have more self-control. If you're in a context where there's a lot of monitoring and potential punishments, then you learn from an early age to manage your impulses. And that applies to a lot of other macro data like lower debt, lower obesity, lower alcoholism, all sorts of self-regulation types of things that we're concerned about. In writing the book, I also discovered that even pets in tight cultures tend to be skinnier. I have a beloved Portuguese war dog. She's obese, I mean, gigantic. And I didn't realize maybe, I want to do a study of culture in dogs at some point. Maybe you'll invite me back when I have that kind of data. In any event, tight cultures corner the market on order. Loose cultures struggle with order in general. They have more self-regulation failures. But on the flip side, what we found is loose cultures have much more openness. They have more tolerance from different people, races, religions, creeds, immigrants. Obviously, there's no perfect culture out there. They still struggle. But in our data, we could see that there's much more tolerance of different types of people. In one study that showed this kind of in the wild, I had my students go around the world, back to their home countries, and they were wearing, in one condition, these really weird facial warts. I bought them on the internet, and I kind of planted them on their faces. In another condition, they were wearing like tattoos and nose rings and so forth. And in a third condition, they were just wearing their face. They're not wearing their face. They were without these adornments, we'll call them. And we had them like asking for help in city streets and in stores. And they were trained in Bremen, where I had this Humboldt Award, to be standardized and then go back to their countries to do this. And what was really fascinating about this data is that when people were wearing the normal face, there was no difference across cultures in how much help they got. But when they were wearing those warts or those nose rings and other kind of stigmas, they got far more help in looser cultures as compared to the tight cultures. So we could see this both with surveys, and also we could see it happening in city streets. In lots of our data, loose cultures are more creative. There's large-scale crowdsourcing studies of creativity. People from loose cultures are more likely to enter them, and they're more likely to win them. This is a different question, though, about implementation. If we think about innovation, you could be super creative, but if you don't have some kind of standardization and synchrony, you can't implement. So I'm going to come back to that issue of like, how do we think about innovation from a tight loose perspective? It's not that loose cultures are more innovative, they're more creative, and I think that's an important distinction. And it sort of raises the question of how do you balance those together, which I'll get to later. Anyway, also loose cultures tend to be more open to change. So when we do work with computer scientists, we create these fake models of societies. we could see if we enter a new norm into these societies, they take off much more quickly in looser cultures where there's less kind of coordination on norms. So that's kind of the trade-off that we've seen in a lot of data, and you'll see this at different levels of analysis, states, organizations, and individual mindsets. I like to think about it as, are you a chaos Muppet or an order Muppet? So we're gonna come back to this, but you can sort of have this question in your mind. Are you like Bert and Kermit the Frog? Or are you more like Cookie Monster and Ernie? Okay, so we're gonna come back to that. We each have our own default on this continuum also from our own personal histories. And it reflects a similar type of psychology across levels. But anyway, one question that we had was, well, what predicts this? Why does this evolve in the first place? And what we found that was interesting is there's no difference in tight and loose cultures in terms of wealth. You can have rich, tight, and rich, loose cultures, and likewise for poor countries. There was no common language or religious tradition, and these are places that are all over the place, no common geographical location. So one of the things that I was betting NSF's money on was that there might be a rationale for tight loose. At least one predictor was what we thought would be the history of collective threat. And the idea is actually pretty simple, that cultures that have a lot of continuous warfare, chronic natural disasters, Mother Nature's fury, and other types of collective threats require more coordination, and they need stricter rules to help them coordinate to survive. That's what the function of norms are. They have that coordination predictability. So we were out, as we were collecting that data, collecting data on the last 100 years, like how many times has your nation been potentially invaded? I remember my daughter when she was 5, she's like, are we worried about Mexico and Canada invading us? And it's the kind of stuff you write down, right? Like, why would you ask that question? Of course not. Like, we're separated by 2 oceans, this country. Of course we've had our share of threat, 9/11 and so forth. But we haven't had chronic threat to our territory, whereas other countries in our data did. We also measured things like population density as far back as like 1500. If you live in Singapore, where there's like 20,000 people per square mile, it's a lot of potential chaos compared to New Zealand, where there's like 60 people per square mile. We measured natural disasters and other types of threats. And so anyway, this is a proof of concept. You just see this kind of data. This is kind of correlational data. Later, we sort of test more causal theories on this. But the point was that we could see some evidence. Not all tight cultures are threatened and not all loose cultures are on easy street, but we could see a connection of tightness and threat. I like to sort of show this quote by Lee Kuan Yew, who really was a cross-cultural psychologist as far as I'm concerned. In his autobiography, he talks about this, that Singapore was really threatened, and he basically deduced that, we need to have some rules here. We need to have some more rugged, better organized, more efficient than others in the region. So this, you could see this kind of echoing in kind of top-down leadership. Just back to the gum example in Singapore, in the late 80s, people were chewing gum and throwing it on the floor in Singapore. It's a really highly densely populated place. And it was causing a lot of problems. It was like stopping up subways and elevators. And Lee Kuan Yew said, you know what, guys, like, we're going to have to just ban this tasty treat. Like, sorry, but like, this doesn't really work in this kind of place. And Americans, when I first learned about this, I thought this is preposterous. But if you were born and raised in Singapore, you might actually be willing to sacrifice, this freedom for more coordination and order. Okay, I just want to mention, before I'm going to get to this kind of fractal pattern. This comes from physics, this repeated pattern across levels, where we see the same kind of general principle and logic of tight-loose. We recently partnered with anthropologists, which is a very difficult collaboration, as it turns out, because as a psychologist, we like to measure stuff and we like to compare places, and there's not a lot of anthropologists who are in that tradition. So we partnered, though, with Carol Ember, who's at Yale. We coded these very large, long-winded ethnographies that came from all over the world. These are non-industrial societies. You see, we see the same kind of pattern. And we coded tight-loose in different domains in law and ethics and socialization, gender, and so forth. And we could see they comprise kind of an underlying factor. So in any event, this is kind of where we were collecting a lot of this data. And we saw very similar patterns in this data. That threat seemed to be correlated with our independent ratings of these ethnographies. Okay, I was given some kind of signal, but I'm just going to ignore it for now. So let's I have 26 minutes right now, but I'm going to keep going. I'm just going to give you a flavor of what this looks like at the state level. More recently, we just measured this at the US 50 state level. We could see that we have a similar pattern of scarcity and disasters, pathogens, and also a percentage of rural, which is an indication of how easy it is to monitor and sort of have a gossip mill to help reinforce norms. And we saw the same order openness trade-off at the state level also. And I think, I could tell you later on where your state falls on tight loose if you're interested. But we saw, for example, with the study, that tight states had people in them that had more conscientiousness, they had more social organization in terms of law enforcement, less homelessness, less divorce, and they had higher self-control, controlling for other factors like less debt and less recreational drug use. But again, on the looseness side, these states are much more open. They have higher openness in terms of personality, more creativity, and less discrimination. I also discovered as writing the book that tight states are more polite. New York, my beloved New York, is rated as #1 on rudeness. And this might be why I got into trouble in the South, where New Yorkers like to flip people off, so it's like an affectionate thing, but it's not well received in some states. Loose states are more fun. So that's the trade-off with some of that state data, politeness or fun. We've been also looking at this construct over time. So we develop dictionaries with computational linguistic techniques. We can look to see over the last 200 years, has the US been changing in terms of tight loose? And sure enough, we could see there's been gradual loosening over the last 200 years and decreasing tightness, so increasing looseness. And this has been correlated in this research with shifts in order and openness. So for example, we found in this data that periods of looseness are associated with more creativity, but less order, more debt. So that's the kind of same thing, trade-off, you see it over time. Okay, last level of analysis before I get to the question of which is better. I'm going to have you vote. I just want you to think about, if I say follow the rules, kind of what comes up in your mind. You can think about, if someone said, write down a couple of things of what comes to mind when you hear this prompt, what would you say? This is what we use when we're studying social class. So this is the last level analysis I want to mention, is that we can think about social classes differing more in just their bank accounts, but differing on tight loose as well. And we've given this prompt to people from the working class, as well as people from the upper class. We get very different responses. And our theory is basically based on tight loose, which is that the working class is worried about falling into hard living, or what sociologists call hard living, which is basically dregs of poverty, more likely to be in occupations that are more dangerous, and also just being in contexts where rules really can help keep kids out of trouble. So when we ask people from the working class, what do you think about rules? We find that they're more positively valenced from people come from the working class, whereas they're more of a nuisance and kind of goody two-shoes when they're coming from the upper class. And in fact, if you go to any American bookstore, you can see lots of books that talk about break the rules. And that's true to some extent, but it just doesn't apply in contexts where there's a lot of threat. I found one book that I keep on my shelf. It's for children. It's on how to promote anarchy, in front of you. And this trade-off is found also, the order openness trade-off. When we bring people in the lab, we could see that there's more creativity among the upper class, but there's more rule abidance among the working class. I'll just mention that in more recent studies, I'm going to just show you this picture. We've been bringing 3-year-olds into our laboratory. This is with my former student, Jesse Harrington. And this is a really interesting paradigm because you can't exactly ask 3-year-olds what they think about rules. But you can have them playing with this puppet. This is Max the puppet. And they befriend the puppet, and they start playing new games that they've never played with. This is called daxing. And they learn the rules, and they're playing, have a nice time. And then all of a sudden, Max the puppet becomes a norm violator in the middle of the experiment. Starts like violating the rules, and it's announcing that he's playing the game correctly. And we simply videotape the kids to see, like, what do they do? And we can see that there's much more protesting of the puppet among the working class than the upper class, who kind of let him off the hook. In any event, this is to suggest that this stuff starts early. We also see this with parents and their implicit theories about rules. Okay, so I want to ask you, which is better, tight or loose? So let me just have you kind of vote. If you had to design a world, and you had to choose, what would you do? I'm going to have you guys just vote by raise of hands. How many would you choose tightness? And how many would you choose looseness? And how many would not answer the question? This is about right, what we get. And this has been an age-old debate from economists, political philosophers, psychologists, sociologists. Should we have freedom or constraint? You had people like Plato, Confucius, Hobbes, who had a very negative view of the world, who thought that constraint is really important, rules are important. Then you had people like John Stuart Mill, Freud, thought rules make us neurotic. And so the question is, what's the answer? And in our work, this is where we get now more toward balance. We said, well, maybe it's neither. Maybe it's the extremes of this construct that are really problematic, and this is what we have to watch out for in our organizations, in our households, in our nations. And too tight of cultures are very repressive, and people are, of course, feel that this is untenable. But also, cultures that are really getting too loose are very chaotic, and they don't have this function of norms in terms of their coordination power, and they're also untenable. And so we call this the Goldilocks principle of tight and loose. I'm just now going to zoom into like this kind of framework and what it can offer us in terms of actively harnessing the power of norms to create balance. Now I want to mention, of course, groups have to be tight or loose for good reasons, but the extremes are really problematic. And you could just see, this is data that we published a couple years ago. We call this a curvilinear relationship. The extremes of tight and loose is at the national level are producing more depression, more suicide, higher blood pressure, lower happiness. Also innovation, some data we just published this year, that they really both are problematic. But this principle is not just found at the national level. It's really, quite frankly, in many contexts. Like in leadership, a lot of the research in organizational behavior suggests that leaders that are too laissez-faire or too directive, these are the extremes of tight and loose, produce followers who are really unhappy and not very well motivated. Back to Sheena's work, same principle. Too much choice and too little choice is problematic for human psychology. So it's really about that sweet spot of how do you balance having, some choice, but not an enormous amount of choice. I mentioned innovation. On the one hand, looseness is great for creativity, but without having some tightness, we can't really coordinate. But even with tightness, we can implement. If we don't have the looseness, we can't come up with the ideas in the first place. So there's a really nice curvilinear relationship there. Even parenting, a lot of research on parenting suggests that parents that are too helicopter-like, but also too laissez-faire, on the flip side, produce really maladaptive kids. In fact, right now we're studying kids who come to college coming from very tight households, and guess what? They kind of go off the deep end, right? We're also doing work in military context. You're in really tight context, and then you release from that, what's going to happen? We can see some kind of loss of self-control. And likewise, it's really difficult when you come from very loose contexts also. So this all speaks to the idea that we need to have some balance. We need to identify contexts where we need to tighten loose norms, or identify contexts where we need to loosen tight norms. This is what I call tight-loose ambidexterity, drawn from my colleagues Michael Tushman and Charles O'Reilly. And I just want to end with talking a little bit about organizations, and then maybe I can get quickly to COVID. Because this same construct of tight-loose applies to organizations. And I'm really curious to hear from you guys during the break, kind of where do you think your organizations fall on this? I mean, obviously there's variation within organizations by function also. But the general rule of thumb is that, actually I'm just going to cut to the chase here so that I can get to, you can classify the people, practices, and leadership of organizations along tight-loose lines. People in tight cultures tend to have a lot of conscientiousness, and they're more careful, more prevention-focused. They have a lot of standardization, onboarding, to help people have shared mental models. That helps to coordinate and be more standardized. And they have leaders who are more autonomous and confident. We've measured leadership in tight and loose cultures. We see they're really different, where they're more empowering in loose organization cultures, where there's more discretion, more flexibility, where there's more informality, and where people who are attracted to those organizations have more personality openness. So there's really big differences in the people, practices, and leaders of tight and loose organizations. When we've studied mergers and acquisitions across cultures, in a recent HBR paper that it's on my website or I can send it to you, we found that when there's big differences in tight-loose across nations, that it costs companies millions of dollars in terms of ROA. And of course, these are invisible kinds of attributes. So a lot of times we think about technically, is the company we're acquiring going to help us strategically? But we don't often think about the underlying cultural iceberg. And if we do, we might be able to negotiate it ahead of time. In the book, I talk a lot about different examples of this. But let me just end on the organizational front, and then promise I'm almost done. I'll just quickly get to COVID. But I do want to say that we can start thinking about, in an organizational context, when we're getting too extreme. Overly tight cultures have this helicopter-like attributes. They're ultra-standardized, lots of rules. People kind of walking on eggshells. Overly loose, on the flip side, are more chaotic. They lack oversight. They're unpredictable, and so forth. And we've seen this with employee observations, like people, their language, when you talk to them about what they perceive, it falls along similar lines. You could just see some of this. This comes from Glassdoor, by the way. We've been partnering with them to look at tight-loose with their data. Anyway, so the point here is that we can negotiate this. We can pivot as needed, and I call this flexible tightness when we're trying to loosen up tight cultures. They need to be tight, like, for example, airlines or the military. I work with the Navy a lot now. We're not going to try to make them loose organizations. That would be kind of ridiculous. You know, on airlines, we don't want them like becoming super loose, but they might need to insert some discretion into that system. This happened after the United fiasco. You know, maybe we don't need to follow the rules all the time. We can find contexts that are not safety related where we can give people a lot of autonomy and discretion. Or we can think about tightening up loose cultures. There's a lot of places in the Silicon Valley we might nominate that need that, that will remain nameless. But we call this structured looseness. Okay, these places, we want them to be loose, but maybe they need to have some pockets of tightness. So that of course, you know, there's questions of how to do that. I'm going to mention two things that we've been thinking about this. We call this the ease model. When we're trying to loosen tight organizations, we can really think about, is this rule really necessary? For example, do we have to really be wearing the same thing? Do we need to be so formal? Like, what is that serving, that purpose? Like, let's think about the rules very mindfully. Allowing exploration, giving people that psychological safety to think outside the box is really important in trying to insert some loosening into a tight organization, and becoming more decentralized, encouraging pushback. These are some of the things that we're finding help to make that kind of pivot to happen more easily. We call this a secure model. These are kind of like, we came up with these acronyms, like having fun, like, all right, how do we organize this acronym? But you know, this is really just to say that sometimes loose cultures need some more structure. And how do you do that? Well, it's kind of the flip side. You need more accountability in these systems, more monitoring, more enforcement. These places need to be a little more centralized. They become too decentralized. And we need to really make sure that people know that they're accountable, that these rules are being enforced. Of course, these things are not easy. I would say two things we've learned about managing resistance is that they come from the cultural codes. Loosening tight organizations is really frightening for some people. Like, they're really used to a lot of control, and that feels very safe. And so when people, managers come in and say, hey, let's loosen up. I've seen this in a lot of manufacturing contexts. Hey, we're going to now become creative, and let's loosen. If you think back to that 3-year-old, like, that's not really, you know, how we might have been programmed. This is going to take a little longer. There's a lot more cultural inertia in tight cultures. They take longer to change. And I think starting with small steps is really important in that pivot. But tightening loose organizations is also, people get really irritated with this also for different reasons. This is a threat to autonomy. Like, what do you mean you're telling me we got to tighten up? I talked to some people at Microsoft who were doing this in the early days, where there was so much autonomy and so much decentralization when it was like causing a lot of chaos. And here we need to kind of make sure we introduce new rules collaboratively and help people understand why they really are needed, because there's a lot of pushback in these systems. Okay, I promise I'm almost done. I have about 40, I was on 40 minutes. So I'm going to talk for maybe 5 more minutes. Am I okay? Okay. And you guys probably need some coffee by now, right? You're like, oh my God, this woman's exhausting me. All right, so in any event, I'm just going to get to the final thing of COVID. And this was really, really a strange time, obviously for all of us, just awful. And as a cross-cultural psychologist, I was really getting nervous around early March, just observing. I was in Breckenridge skiing and just observing, like, calling home and finding out all the kind of egocentric behavior that's happening already, like it was looking like a really loose mess. And I read an op-ed that was in the Boston Globe that I just kind of talked about, you know, this is something that's just natural from an evolution point of view. During a collective threat, we need to tighten, it's temporary, like, it's going to help us defeat the threat. And then I was also thinking, well, maybe I should not be getting so worried, because a lot of our research suggests that groups tighten naturally. We did during 9/11, we did during World War II. There's lots of evidence this happens. And in fact, in many of our computational models, it just happens, that you insert a threat into a group, that coordination happens naturally. But of course, we never really tested, well, is this process going to take longer in looser cultures? Like, we never actually tested that. And we started to look at the data, and we're like, oh my gosh, like, this is not looking good. You know, you look at, this is very early on, cases per million, deaths per million around the world. Of course, this got much, much worse. And then I started reading in evolutionary biology this very interesting construct called evolutionary mismatches. And the idea is that traits that evolved in one context could be really, that were adaptive in that context, could be really maladaptive in a new environment that's changed really quickly. And it's really interesting literature because it talks about all sorts of human problems like obesity, drug addiction, gambling, all sorts of things that our minds were kind of evolved in a certain context. When you shift the environment, like they're not evolved, they're maladaptive in a new context. The greatest story was of the dodo bird. The poor bird was this fearless bird in Mauritius, who, when humans entered that territory, were just really super friendly, and they got wiped out within a generation. Now, I didn't want to argue that, like, loose cultures of the dodo birds, but we were, really kind of getting a little bit concerned about the liabilities of looseness during collective threat in general. And we started developing some computational models, and sure enough, we could see that they're taking longer loose cultures to tighten, and that actually what was even more interesting is that tightening helped to reduce the threat. There was a direct kind of connection with that. And then this data we published in The Lancet, Planetary Health, a couple months ago, and this is just some of the correlations. You could see that pretty serious, significant correlation between tightness and having lower cases per capita. This is also controlling for like everything you can possibly think of, including wealth and inequality and population density and age and government interventions and all sorts of things. And then we looked at the death data. It was even more kind of striking. It's not the only predictor, of course, but it's just culture has some predictive power, even after we control for so many things. Again, I can send you the paper if you're interested. But one of the most interesting findings, and I just wrote an op-ed about this last week, and it's called the failure fear, was that actually in our data, loose cultures were far less scared about COVID. From the first 100 cases of when that COVID hit the country till the time period we were analyzing, till the late fall. And it was just so strange because tight cultures were doing much better, but they were still much more fearful. So this is just to say that, I think at the national level, this is clearly where we need a case for ambidexterity. And there are examples of this. New Zealand's a great example, the famous Kiwis. They basically were able to pivot with good leadership and also with people willing to follow the rules. I was told in New Zealand, which is very egalitarian, that if some people are following the rules, then everyone's got to follow the rules. And they were really very much calling out behavior from people that weren't following the rules. Their hotlines, and the phone calls coming in that reporting people were really incredibly active. In our research, though, like loose cultures don't like calling people out. It's almost a norm violation to start calling people out for the norm violating behavior. Now, with that said, we know that innovations came incredibly, and maybe from loose cultures, including finding COVID in sewage and all sorts of incredible, inventions to help us with this. So it's, again, can we be balanced? Can we think about how can we encourage people to follow the rules, encourage people to understand it's temporary? The faster we tighten, the faster we can return to our freedom. And I think that we do know that also requires a collective consciousness of like, we're all in this together. So I have this, the last slide is this is the Tight Loose Mindset quiz. This is the Chaos versus Order Muppet quiz. It's based on the science data. And it will give you kind of a general score, although we know we can each tighten or loosen depending on the context. And I would love for you to sort of either here today or else, outside of this awesome conference to kind of, come back, and if you have stories for me, we'd love to hear your tight loose stories or ideas for collaborations. Always open to that. And I just thank you so much for inviting me.
Fantastic, thank you. Any questions? I know we have. So I had one question, Michele.
Yes.
The question is about the adaptability part as well. So are the Kiwis more adaptable as a culture? I mean, is it a part of the loose cultures?
I think that adaptability is really interesting because I think loose cultures are definitely more adaptive. When there's more kind of a new idea or something, it's like easier to get it, to kind of catch on. But during a collective threat, you need to also, if it's adaptability in that context, it means giving up some freedom. Mm-hmm. It means sacrificing that freedom for some constraint, which is very difficult. So in that case, I think loose cultures are less adaptable during a collective threat. But that's not to say that they can't be. I think in that case, as I mentioned, that was a great ambidexterity case study that we really need to learn from. And I'll also mention, there's plenty of places that were tight in our data, but that prematurely loosened, or that had other problems that made it hard to, continue that tight response. So it also goes both ways. I don't think culture is destiny. I think the more we know about it, the more we understand it, that the better we're able to capitalize on it during the right context. And in that sense, it's tighten when there's threat and loosen when it's safe, and that makes a lot of sense. I think at the individual level, I think there's a lot of conflicts that happen across tight-loose lines when it comes to finances and to parenting, to dishwasher loading behavior. I can tell you that Todd is deeply disturbed of how I load the dishwasher. And I've often thought that should be a litmus test. Like if you want to figure out, you're thinking about, dating someone, or just give them a dishwasher to load. See, by the way, I haven't validated this, but I'm going to bet some money on it. Or towels in the bed, and so on the one hand, though, there's, like at the national level, organizational level, you can start thinking about, well, wait, what's really great about that person's strategy, and what's deficient about mine? Like, it really kind of helps you to empathize about why would they might have evolved to have a tighter loose mindset. What's about their history, their own levels of threat in their histories, their occupations, and so forth, or religion or other contexts that have kind of shape their tight loose propensities, and maybe how do they offset some of our own liabilities and likewise strengths. But these conflicts, now I just see them everywhere, even on vacation with my siblings. You sort of see the tensions along the lines of spontaneity, structure, and so forth. But I think, as I mentioned, I think they're negotiable, and that's what's exciting about it. So stay tuned on that stuff. And
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where do you think the idea around common good fits?
Common good, a collective good.
Yeah, like doing maybe not what you want to do, but what is right for everybody around you.
Yeah. Well, I think that, the reason why it might be easier for people in tight cultures to coordinate is that they've learned the hard way across history that, like, when you don't have the collective good in mind, you can't solve that problem. Like, it's just impossible. You can't individually deal with, a natural disaster. So the common good prime is kind of higher in a tighter context. It doesn't mean it can't be, activated in other contexts. But I think there's a reason why it might be more natural in some contexts than others. I think one of the things that, when I went to Champaign-Urbana to work with Harry Triandis, I admired his approach, which was that culture, it's not just descriptive. There might be, we have to understand its ecological and historical foundations. It doesn't mean they're all rational cultural differences, but I thought that was mind-blowing. I thought it was just incredibly interesting that, we can describe lots of things about people, but what if we start thinking about the why? Like, once you think about why, then you can have more empathy for differences. I think that's where I found that training, even though I had to, deal with Champaign-Urbana for 5 years. I'm in a New Yorker. I'm not sure if you guys have ever been to Champaign-Urbana, and sorry to my Champaign-Urbana friends out there, but got to adapt quickly to that cornfield context. Other questions? Yep.
So you asked us our preference between tight and loose, and you studied this. Do you have a preference or a bias to one or the other?
This is a really good question. And I've been thinking about that question a lot because I'm moderately loose on my own scale, there's no question. But there's certain domains that really I think are important. And again, I'm just gonna, this is just like too much information, TMI. But in the household, we have 2 daughters. And it's like, well, which domains to me are really tight? And there are some, like how they treat each other, how hard they work. Those are tight domains. But then there's so much looseness, like what they wear, like with their bedtime, how messy they are. I mean, Todd is just horrified with the household, We've been married 27 years, so it seems to rock solid. But, those are domains I'm like, we don't need to have a lot of rules about that. So I feel like, I have, like many of us who are moderately loose, there's some like sort of cardinal areas we try to have some tightness. Because again, if we get too extreme, then it's a problem. So even people who have tight mindsets have some context where they're loose, even at the national level. Like Japan's a great example. There's some kind of legislative looseness in your encounters with your boss drinking, or in certain areas in Tokyo, there's legislative looseness. Even karaoke is kind of legislative looseness. It's got a structure of how do you do loose. Even the Kiwis, you know, really loose culture, but the tightness there was so interesting is it's on egalitarianism. It's like, you probably heard this tall poppy syndrome, like if you try to stand out New Zealand, like you'll get shut down. Like this is the strong norm. And that keeps the common good. It keeps people having looseness, but some context where they have a lot of tightness. In the US, I think our tightness is around individual rights and freedom. You know, I think every culture, their tightness is around really important values. And maybe that is really, it's a profound, amazing thing that we've organized this nation on that basis. And it also can get us into trouble as well. So it's, you know, this is where just thinking about it, we can start redesigning and recalibrating as needed. That was way too much information on my family life, so I don't, yeah.
What's your understanding, thoughts, studies around what you're predisposed to with left brain, right brain, more inclined to be tight versus loose versus what behavioral influences and this conflict and how that comes into play and where you kind of follow?
Yeah, it's such an interesting question. And we don't have a lot of data on genetics and tight loose. We have one paper on it, but it was looking at, you know, kind of essentially some genetic differences across nations that are linked to a short allele that has to do with vigilance and anxiety, which were higher in tighter cultures. But, you know, I am a firm believer that we might have a default, we may be set on a default for whatever reasons, but we can actually also pivot within some range of variation with, you know, with time. And I think it's difficult because it's also a self-selection issues. In some recent studies, we looked at what kind of people are attracted to tighter, loose organizations. And so we can have the same stimuli presenting like a really tight organization versus a loose organization, and we can give them the tight, loose mindset scale. And we see very clearly this like self-selection. Loose individuals' mindsets tend to like the structure, tend to like the looseness of those organizations and vice versa. And people I've interviewed, for example, in startup context, you know, they tell me they have like serial startup problems because they have a loose mindset. They might get bought out by a great company, but it's bigger and tighter, and then they're like, ugh, like we don't like each other anymore. And so, you know, I think part of it is that those things get reinforced based on the you know, the situations that we are navigated to. Ben Schneider, my colleague who hired me at Maryland, would say the people make the place. You know, kind of that natural sort of selection and attraction into organizations that, you know, eventually becomes more homogeneous. But, you know, now we're trying to do studies where we bring people together to try to see how can we get that tight, loose ambidexterity in teams? Like how can we help people understand they need both mindsets in the same project, in the same situation? And there's a lot of ways that we might be able to accomplish that. But, you know, that's why you'll have to invite me back later on. You know, after I have like, here's the top 5 ways to do that. We have hunches around this, but now we're trying to study it more systematically. And we're also developing more organizational level measures of tight loose that are domain specific. Like how tight or loose is this group in terms of the language that people have to use, or the way they dress, where they work, how they work. We're doing this for the US Navy because what we want to have is like a profile of like, here's your profile in this unit of where the norm strength is. And now we can choose, like, do we really need this here, or maybe we need to strengthen there? Maybe that will help us to drill down into more kind of specifics. So there was another, yeah.
I think we'll keep this for the last question. Sorry. Thank you.
It is a good balance. This meeting, actually, when they were talking in your beginning speech, I'm like, there's ambidexterity here. You know, there's like, we have a learning orientation that's kind of loose, but there's some structure. Yeah.
What did your research find in terms of correlation to happiness between tight and loose cultures at the country level? Country
level? Yeah, it's robustly curvilinear. So, you know, there's some, and I should also mention that this distinction of tight loose is different than individualism and collectivism. That's something I worked on a lot with Harry. Because you can have, and I should say that because individualistic cultures tend to be happier. That's what the data show. A lot of it's driven by wealth because they tend to be richer. But tightness is not correlated with wealth at the national level. So that's where we see that, you know, it's really more the extremes of extreme tight, extreme loose that have problems. You know, in the book, we talk a lot about dynamics between those two. and how we can kind of predict when extreme looseness is going to invite the opposite attractor of tightness. So I do work also on psychology of terrorism and on like dynamics of autocracy in the Middle East. We call it autocratic recidivism. And a lot of it has to do with, that we kind of take our American sort of frames of mind into a region where when you take out an autocratic leader, it's going to create a lot of extreme looseness. And that's what we saw with a lot of our data. And that invites, it requires tightening. And I could talk more about this offline, but we also find in contexts where there's been, kind of cultural enemy, like normlessness, that's where we see that ISIS has an easier time taking over in our data. So there's a lot to be said about more on these extremes than I've been getting into. Short answer is it's curvilinear, but there's a lot more interesting stuff going on with the extremes and how we can be on our lookout for them in terms of what psychologically they attract and the repeated patterns that we see. Woo, okay guys, thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to take a quick coffee break, so please help yourself to some water and coffee in the back, and some cookies if you're interested. Thank you, Michelle. All right, everyone, please have a seat. We're about to get started.
So before we start again, I've been getting a lot of questions about how you can contribute to the Udaan Trust. So we are accepting credit cards. We'll accept cash. We'll even accept a check. If you write a check, you can write it out to Flight Foundation. And then the credit card will send you an automatic receipt. If you do cash or check, I'll mail you a receipt on Monday when I get back to the office. So if you need anything for your accountants or anything like that, we'll take care of it. Wonderful. So now that we all had our jolt of caffeine and sugar, we're going to move on to our next presenter, Chieh Huang, the CEO of Box.com. Chieh is the CEO of Box.com, a warehouse club delivery service. Chieh has leveraged his technology background to embrace mobile commerce through proprietary software, state-of-the-art facilities, as well as automating robotics in-house at Box.com. Chieh is an innovator, an entrepreneur, and a philanthropist, and he's received numerous personal honors, including being named to Entrepreneur Magazine's 50 Most Daring Entrepreneurs, which is very exciting. You can find Chieh inspiring others through his TED Talks, but today he's going to inspire us, telling us all about how the world changed while I was out getting toilet paper. So please join me in welcoming Chieh Huang.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let me put this down so I don't knock it over while we're doing this. And is there a clicker? Is this the clicker I can use, or is it just the keyboard?
I thought there was a clicker.
I could just use the keyboard.
Yeah, the keyboard will work.
Okay, the keyboard works as well. So whenever I get introduced onto the stage, I always feel like I'm being eulogized for some reason. So I'm like, I am here. But notice the magazine didn't call me the smartest entrepreneur in America. But I will tell you why. So today it's a little bit cathartic for me. This is one of the first times I've gotten in front of a group of folks live after during the pandemic or since the pandemic has begun. So I know we're all sitting here thinking, man, the world sure has changed over the last 18 years, or 18 months. Feels like 18 years. But it really has been changing for a little bit. So I'm going to walk you through not only our story, but especially our story and how we got through COVID and what we're seeing kind of in terms of innovation, change, and the pace of change. And so in some ways, this is cathartic. This is our story. This is my story. Please feel free to ask any questions you want. I will be very transparent, as you will see throughout this presentation. So I am Chieh. I'm one of the co-founders, one of 4 co-founders of a company called Box, which started here in the wonderful state of New Jersey, up the road a little bit. Yes, thank you very much. I love this because sometimes I give talks and people are like, oh, New Jersey. I'm like, come on, you know you've lived in New Jersey before, or a friend or family member has lived in Jersey. So I grew up in Edison, and this company really started in my garage. But if this was a Quentin Tarantino movie, if we fast forward to kind of where I was just a few months ago, or maybe now about a year ago, actually. So at the height of the toilet paper shortage in America, I remember sleeping, waking up, just reading about how there are literal fights in the aisles, people like getting into physical altercations in parking lots, stealing toilet paper from each other, because there's no more toilet paper in this great country of America. I go to work, I stand in this Indiana Jones like cavernous facility. Some of you guys probably have driven by it. It's on the corner of 78 and Garden State Parkway. It has a big Box logo. At the height of the toilet paper shortage, we were sitting on this and multiply this by hundreds of thousands of square feet of toilet paper. So I was sitting there, and my first reaction after someone was like, what are we going to do, is we got to lock the doors. Like, I don't know how much this is worth right now. And someone said, the street value of all this is XYZ. And I was like, this is the first time in human history that anyone ever said there was a street value to toilet paper. And so, probably the only human being in the world to ever have like nightmares of like special forces rappelling down our warehouse to steal all of our toilet paper. That has never happened in the history of the planet. I hope it will never happen again. One really interesting thing that I've never told anyone. So I was so confident we had so much toilet paper that we actually ran out of toilet paper in my own household. And there's a little bit of latency sometimes between kind of what's in the facility, what's going out. So I did the walk of shame, drove straight to our facility, walked through one of the aisles and took one off the shelf. And just then, one of the forklift drivers passed me, and he looked at me, and he's like, shook his head. I'm like, I'm sorry, it's samples, I promise, But overall, this has been a really, really interesting 18 months for me, the self-professed toilet paper salesperson of America. So it didn't always start that way, though. So if you now rewind to now about 8 years ago, we started in 2013, this was my garage. Everyone wants to say, I want to start a company in a garage. That's so awesome. It's so American. It's the American dream. It's so sexy. Until you're 30 years old and you sit in a garage like this, I'm telling you, it's not a very sexy dream. And so there's a pressure washer in the back. There's like boxes. There's like this old computer that we were using. That's our weigh station. It was not fun. And some of the harshest memories I have of this time was actually a few things. So one was the bus stop for the local elementary school stops right in the corner of my house in Edison. And so the kids would get off the bus, kind of walk in front of my garage, cross the street, go past my garage, then cross the street again to go back to their home. So I became this weird guy selling candy, toilet paper, and stuff out of my garage. And I was like, wow, that's really, really depressing. I'm like, I'm sorry, kids. Like, do you want candy? You want cookies? Believe me, I'm friendly. And so I was like that weird person on the street, but I was really living the dream, I thought. And so it was at this time, probably the biggest needle that's ever been shoved through my heart was, of course, my friends would come over. We had our fantasy football draft in the garage at this time, and they would all like, oh, seems like unemployment to me, Chieh. But it's not, it's a dream. So my mother-in-law came to visit during this time, and she was like, I heard you're starting a new company. It's in the garage. Like, I just want to check it out. So she came. We weren't married that long at the time yet. And so she looked at the facility and just kind of looked me up and down. And I thought she'd be really proud. She's like, you're living the dream. This is what I want. One day my grandkids will live their dream just like you. So she whispers in my ear, I knew you weren't the one. And I was like, oh, and I was like, oh, are you joking? Because that's like, if you're not joking, then, oh, that really hurt. But I think today she says she was joking. Because when we go into the new facility, I'm like, and she says, oh, I was just joking. Come on, you knew I was joking. I was like, were you? But anyway, so, we didn't sell that much, but whenever we did start to sell things, we started to like hire some friends. And so all the SC Johnson stuff went under our pack table. We started like selling sriracha sauce and Febreze and started building aisles in our garage. So it started being, okay, it's really interesting. But, we're doing like literally 10 orders a day, 15 orders a day. So it was plodding along, and we had all quit our jobs. There was folks that had to feed their families to sit in the garage on a lawn chair in this central Jersey garage. And so it became really stressful. But what I found is that I think every single company has a moment. I think most organizations have a moment. I also think most people say you can't believe what you kind of hear on TV, but I tend to think everything on TV is absolutely factually accurate. And so this happened to us while we were sitting in the garage.
On your phone, so you don't have to go to those big stores to get your bulk items, discount prices, free shipping to your door on most items. Some you pay for shipping, but most for free.
That's genius.
Just because you're saving gas,
yeah,
headache, and time, everything.
Love that.
Genius.
Love it. Okay.
Why you have to trust what you see on TV. So these folks clearly know genius when they see it. But we didn't pay for this. They just said, we're looking for new solutions for busy moms. Like, we heard about this thing, boss, can we talk about it on the Today Show? And I was like, has anyone ever said no to you? So they absolutely did, and sure enough, it's like very cliche, but we actually had to turn off the bell that indicated we had an order because it just started coming in. We were sitting I remember we were sitting on a sofa in my living room as a bell was just like going off over and over. And there was like 5 people that worked at the company at this time, and they were all looking at me like, what are we gonna do? And I was like, first, we're gonna turn off that effing bell, because that is just heightening my stress at the moment, my anxiety. So, and so that was a really interesting moment. But you know, my garage became a fulfillment center. I wish I would have zoomed out a little bit. So, but people started dropping pallets on our doors. There were 40-foot trucks trying to like drop off stuff and replenishing. If you Google Street View, my home address, there's still an old picture of like people with boxes, cars up and down the street, a 40-foot pod container on my driveway. We had to undrill the garage door so people get in and out quicker. And then we undrilled the door to get to the garage. And so it was like full on. My neighbors were pissed and they were convinced that I was selling drugs, but we weren't. We were selling, it's so hard to explain. It's like, no, I promise you we're selling Oreo cookies and Febreze. They're like, oh, sure you are. And so it was full on. So this was our moment. But basically, this was kind of every order that we sold in that first kind of quarter that we were in business. So that first full quarter we were in business. But after the Today Show went, we found huge growth. So this was one quarter after that. And then our first full quarter as a national business, this was every order that we had kind of fielded. And so you could really see evolution of consumer habits was really changing when it comes to mobile commerce. You could also see, I thought, we have to not only turn off the effing bell, we got to get the F out of my garage because this is untenable. So we actually moved out. We hired some great people. We hired everyone we knew, all the technologists we knew to really go after this. And now, if you come to 78, this is not even one of our newest. But instead of people moving carts around, you know, it's miles and miles of conveyor. You see these big, heavy totes because what we actually built was a business that tried to make money selling, you know, these CPG items, which are traditionally lower margin. So our typical consumer order has 8 items in the basket. Our typical business order has 15 items in the basket. So you need these big, wide rails, big red totes, so really custom designed for us. So this was, as it comes around, you'll see it goes off into different zones depending on what you order, like a shopper would. There's a robotic structure on the right where, you know, one of 8 robots goes up and fetches your bin so that we can put more things in your basket. And the genesis of our hardware team actually was right here. The flaps of the box are up. And so if you order from Box, if you haven't, please do. If you haven't yet, or if you have already, you'll notice that on your shipping confirmation, it's, you know, you get a picture of the contents of your box as it's going out the door, and it says your box took a selfie. And yeah, and you know, like we have so we hired ahead oftentimes. So we hired this veteran of the distribution industry. He had been running distribution centers for 30 plus years. He actually is one of the few humans that I still know that actually dips. So not even chewing tobacco, but dips, like old school dip. In a time where most of our staff are on TikTok, this guy is still dipping, and with a spit cup. And so, yeah, he would leave all these cups around, and someone grabbed one once. I was like, that is not Coca-Cola, my man. So you probably want to put that down. And so he dips in the facility, and so this is the kind of guy he is. And so I was like, what do you think, Rick? Innovation, Box took a selfie, huh? So he spits in his cup, and he's like, I think millennials gonna eat this shit up, you know? And so that was, and it was kind of true. So people love it, but it's just us adapting to this newer customer that's more accustomed to how they behave in the outside world and bringing that to their shopping habits. So now I mentioned that's not our newest facility. Our even newer ones are actually powered off of hardware that we build ourselves. So down to the printed circuit boards we design. And so there's autonomous guided carts go around the facility. So instead of that conveyor belt kind of bringing that big red tote to you, this cart, and actually in Dallas, a train of 40 of these carts move along just like a virtual conveyor belt. So instead of millions and millions of dollars of CapEx, you go to Home Depot, you buy that yellow stripe, and basically it's roaming around just like that red tote would in the background. So our newest fulfillment centers are all powered off of this technology that we had ourselves. So we went from really, I know I'm a really great CEO. I didn't do any of this. I'm taking all the credit for it. So, you know, I've got CEO written all over me. So, I'm kidding. I know there's a lot of executives here. But basically what we found was that the problems as we got big, they were too widespread for me or anyone around me to solve. So really empowering folks to make the right decisions really became kind of core to our culture. And so we do also really great things. So we try to write, and still to this day, just about every order gets a handwritten note. So you'll get a handwritten note that says, if you bought diapers, sometimes they'll write, say hi to the baby for us, or who packed your order. If you sometimes order next size up, they'll say, oh, growing up so fast. So really interesting things powered by our CRM system, but there is still a manual component where the packer is actually writing a note for 5 to 10 seconds. Yes, it costs efficiency. Yes, it costs money, but it's really important. As you guys all know, retention is really key. So yeah, you can fill the funnel as much as you want, but if it's leaking out as fast as you're fulfilling it or as fast as you're replenishing it, you've got a real problem. So we sell everything, just about everything in bulk. So you're thinking, paper towels, the 40-pack, Oreos, not the single sleeve, but like the 24 sleeve. So everything comes in huge quantities. So including diapers, but also including healthcare and personal care and contraception. So we sell I think the 40-pack of Trojan condoms. So it's like a pretty big, pack. And so we had an order once where someone bought 4 40-packs, and that's all they bought. From us. And so we give wide berth to you can write whatever you want on these notes. It's rarely ever gone off the rails. We're super about the opposite of micromanagement. It is do what's right for the company. If we're all gearing up for the same thing. So we have an aspiring, I guess now a comedian in the midst. So this was the note that was written for this particular customer. So they wrote into customer service. We actually had an executive meeting about this because they were like, this is not cool. This is, it's like, but so we actually had a meeting whether we had to fire the person or kind of promote them. And so we went neither. The person still works at Boxed, but did get a handshake from most people that see him these days, knowing that he wrote the note. So that is kind of when we kind of had to, you talk about loose and tight. That was like maybe a little too loose. And so maybe time to tighten this up a little bit, just a tad. But actually all the growth that we've seen, all the kind of innovation from us going from where we were to where we are now, what we found is this. Of course, the world is changing. You guys all know that. The world is, of course, always changing. But I think more importantly, the pace in which, the speed in which the world is changing is now changing at a very, very rapid pace. So it's very concerning. When you look at kind of throughout history, this was kind of how long it took for a quarter of the American population to adopt a technology. It's pretty crazy, right? Electricity, it took 46 years for people to think, electricity seems like a pretty cool idea. I trust it. It's not going to kill me if I turn on like a switch at the end of the night. And also the infrastructure to kind of promulgate electricity. Telephone took 35 years. You're starting to see a trend, right? TV, 26 years. The PC, 16 years. The web, 7 years. If you went to smartphones, if you went to Zoom, oh my gosh, that certainly didn't take 7 years to get people onto Zoom, or a quarter of the American population onto Zoom. Said differently, this is the kind of rate at which the change is happening. So no phone, landline only, mobile phone, smartphone adoption. You're kind of seeing a rapid increase or decrease in the time in which people are adopting technologies. And I really think that is important because for us as entrepreneurs, for us as business executives, frankly, we make a living upon change in the world. If there was no change or the next change is going to happen when the next electricity cycle comes around in 46 years, there's not a lot of kind of beta in there for me to make money or for me to be an entrepreneur. But if things are changing every single year, every 7 years, every few months, as it seems these days, then there is so much change not only happening now, but you can only imagine in 5 or 10 years how fast this change is going to happen. And this is not just stopping with the web, right? Have you seen this? Like Newsweek said 46 million Americans now own Bitcoin as crypto goes mainstream. Like, at first when I read it, I was like, there's no way. But the amount of family members that ask me about crypto, CRIPTO, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you can't even spell it right. You should not be investing in it just yet. But it's unreal. And I genuinely believe this is probably a pretty good number. And then also there's folks of, when they surveyed similar folks, how many will buy a cryptocurrency next year? That 25% rule is probably going to be way less than 7 years. And so this is ongoing. But what it's really creating, in my mind, is unlimited and constant opportunity. We've never lived in a time, I don't care if it's the roaring 20s, I don't care if it's the kind of golden age, the industrial revolution. Technology is moving so fast. Human behavior is moving and changing so fast. The rate of adoption, how open-minded we are all to technology these days, is really powering a time where there is unlimited and constant opportunity. You couldn't sell me this idea 2 years ago that people will collect these NFTs and people would pay millions of dollars for these things. I would think, listen, all right, you're talking to a traumatized guy that sells toilet paper in the middle of a pandemic. That is even too far for me. But here we are, right? Today, NFTs, the recent study showed 4 million Americans already own an NFT. 2% of Americans, I think, was the latest figure. And so, again, it's a really, really exciting time to be in business today, but also a harrowing time, as you could imagine. But with that said, I think that's not all unlimited upside, right? I think as we go back to our own teams, this great resignation kind of trend is real. It is very real. So even for a company like ours that's growing very quickly, that's doing a lot of cool things, that's all about culture, then actually we're on the cusp of going public as well. So it's still very difficult for us to retain folks because I think with that unlimited opportunity and with that constant change, married with this trend of the great resignation, you've got a lot of flux as a business executive right now. You're starting to fight fires that you never knew existed. You're starting to fight compensation fires. You're starting to fight morale fires. You're doing all these different things. And so I can't come up here and proselytize and say, we got this all figured out. Like, I'm going to tell you exactly how to do it. I'm there with you. I feel like the world is changing and people are changing with it. Maybe for the better, but still, we're at the center of this entire kind of fire of change. So overall, what we thought about, and as we discuss as an executive team, we really tried to narrow down into what is our goal, what is our mission, and what is our purpose. This is often kind of used very interchangeably. I'm very guilty of this as well. So sometimes we'll say, get up in front of the company and we'll say, this is our goal. Or sometimes I'll say, this is our mission. Or I'll say, this is the purpose for Boxed. But really, as you break it down, there's very different things. It basically insinuates different things, I think, in the back of people's minds. And so there's also different levels of, I guess, power when you hear those 3 different words. So I will tell you an example of kind of us and our company and kind of why we are here today. So if you Google Boxed, I bet half of what comes up is what we do. The other half is how we do it. How we treat frontline employees, how we're taking care of them, how we have great benefits for them. But the story of why we do that has never really been told that well. And so when you think about someone in our fulfillment center, out of our garage now, starting to hire other people, and the volume is starting to come through, we had to hire anyone we could, just basically off the streets, to help us in these warehouses, to do physically kind of manual work, especially before we automated our facilities. So this gentleman's name is Tim. So Tim, of course, he likes the Lakers. I'm not a Lakers fan, but he does, of course. Tim's job is a box loader. So his title is box loader. What was box loader? It's funny, a lot of startups have very esoteric titles, like I'm the chief happiness and kind of innovative snack officer, and just like, what do you really do day to day? But his card, if he had one, would say box loader, and you wouldn't say, okay, all right, great, box loader. What do you do, Tim? I told you what I did. And so he would take boxes that comes off the decline and load it onto, and Tetris it in a truck. So a lot of e-commerce, even with all that automation, is still manual. So Tim would take this box off the decline, put it onto the truck. He would take the next box, put it onto the truck. Take the next box, put it onto the truck. Take a break, take a lunch, come back, more boxes. We're called Boxed. He's going to bring that and put it back on the truck. And he did this nonstop, every day, coming to work, always on time, always with a smile on his face, just constantly doing this job. And so one of the secrets of Box in our fulfillment centers is we get a lot of applications that come in to apply for a lot of leadership positions in the fulfillment center, like in the physical ops. The thing with our company, though, is that just about everyone in our entire fulfillment center staff, aside from probably 10, maybe a dozen or so folks, were promoted from within. So we like to say, hey, you come in, you can build a career here. Yes, you're making X dollars an hour, but you can really build a career here. So we started that really early, partially out of necessity, because as a startup, we didn't have the ability to recruit kind of big names from the outside just yet. So when we used to have these promotional meetings, we had this tradition of getting all the executives together. We'd invite all the people being promoted. We'd have a great dinner. And so this particular one happened at Seasons 52 by Menlo Park Mall. And I'm saying that in detail because all you guys know probably the exact restaurant I'm talking about. They got a private room, so we're in the back of the room. This was early, so days really before professional HR. So our HR rep was still going to school for HR at the time. He used to wear the Supreme hat, and you know, he was learning about HR. He was not an HR professional just yet. And so first drinks came out, we're having a good time. All the executives are there. For many of these folks, it's the first time they've ever been honored, first time they've ever built a career, first time they've ever been in front of a group of other executives, just promoting them and honoring them and really kind of bringing them along this career path of theirs. So second drink comes out, people are a little bit happier. Third round of drink comes out, before dinner comes out, I'm like, this is a big mistake. It's getting real rowdy. I look over at our HR rep at the time, Dan, and I'm like, and Dan's like, you know, and so people are getting really happy. Dinner comes out, and we're multiple rounds in. And so Tim gets up, and he says to everyone, quiets the whole room down. He's like, everyone shut up. Everyone stop. I got something to say. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, this will be the shortest lived promotion in the history of Box, because don't do this. I'm looking at him, I'm like, come on, tone it down, you know, I shouldn't have had that fifth one. So I'm like cringing. I'm like, oh, what's gonna happen? So Tim then starts with, y'all don't know me. And I was like, okay, I thought maybe we could start here and improve, but we're like, ooh, this is not going in a great direction. So I look over at Dan, and Dan literally does this to me. He's like, in his mind, he's like, I learned about this in HR. I know exactly how to handle this, I think. And probably in his mind, he's like flipping through his manual of like, how do I handle this situation? So Tim then goes on to say, you don't know me. I'm actually college educated. I was a paralegal in one of the largest law firms in New Jersey for 25 years. And after 2008, I was let go of the law firm. And you know, Tim looks great for his age, but he's an older gentleman and was never able to get back into a law firm, never able to really find another path in his career. But he would always read about kind of technology. And when what he said was, I found your ad, literally in Craigslist at that time, for a box loader at a technology company. I said, you know, I can do that. I'm going to prove to them that I can do it. So I signed up, and you gave me that chance. And he looked me dead in the eye, and to this day, I still get a little bit emotional, a little bit kind of goosebumps, and he said, for that, Chieh, I will never let you down. And for me, every time we question what we do, what our purpose is at Box, why we treat our front line so well, why we do all these benefits for them, one, it really conjures up this image of Tim and why we originally do it. It spoke to my heart. I was no longer just an entrepreneur trying to disrupt toilet paper sales in America. I became a shepherd of folks really trying to build a career, really trying to build a better life for them. So when I think about my goal is to, I would say, get the company public very soon. So that is my goal as an executive. My mission is to create a very successful long-term company. But my purpose is to make sure everyone in the company has a great career path and has a great stay while they're here, no matter if you're the CFO or the box loader at the company. So when we break it down, and we actually did this very recently at an offsite, that's how we think about goals, mission, and purpose. And for me, the reason why I spent so much time in and around the company was I miss all these folks, from the box loaders to the packers to all the different folks that really powered this business. These are all the faces outside of Tim that now power our company and that power my personal purpose in driving this company. And so for us, I will leave you with one last slide. I recently heard something that was very powerful for me. And I thought it was BS when I first heard it, but the more I thought about it, I'm like, man, it might be an immutable truth. And someone said, it was a round table, much like this, that you're one decision, you're only ever one decision from changing your life. One decision. You can make it now, and your life will change in good or bad ways, but you can do it. And at first, I was like, come on now, what is that? That is like, it's a TV show. But the more I think about it, it's like, man, I could really change my life with really bad decisions right after I walk out of here, And so, or I could change my life in very good ways with one decision. I think this translates into all of our purpose and all of our company cultures as well. I know there's a slippery slope of, hey, or this momentum of like, our company culture is a certain way, our people's mission is a certain way, our purpose is a certain way, but I really implore you that your culture, your goals, your mission, and your purpose in your company is really only one decision from being changed. So I leave you with that. I thank you for listening. This was very cathartic for me, and hopefully you enjoyed the mission, the purpose, and the goals of Box. So thank you very much.
Any questions, thoughts for Chieh?
I'll ask you a slightly very narrow retail question. We talk a lot about automation in the fulfillment center. There are still people working there, right? It's not like it's all robot arms and everything, correct?
That's right. So, so I think, how should I frame this? Like what you're mentioning, robotic arms, I think in the industry we call it lights out automation. And the reason why it's called lights out is because one day fulfillment centers might not even need lights because there's no humans on the floor. So why waste money on electricity running lights? And so we're very far from lights out automation in kind of B2C fulfillment, partially driven by the difficulty of trying to replicate the dexterity of a human hand. Like we take for granted that, I'll pick up that coffee that I have versus with one hand, but I'll take the mic with my other hand, and I'll bring up this laptop with two hands, all with different varying degrees of force. And so we're not there yet, because the vision technology is starting to get there, but also the actual hardware isn't there just yet. So, and I don't think we're anywhere close at the moment. Most of the robotic arms, they can only do very, very duplicative kind of motions over and over again. They can't do what me and you could do, or a 3-year-old could do well. So we're not there just yet, and there's still a lot of humans there, and there will be for many years, I think. Yep.
So you sell bulky products. How did you negotiate dimensional weight when you were small?
Yeah, that was really, really hard. And I wish the guy who dipped was here, because he could give you like a 4-year kind of journey on how we did it. So, how we find is that, our typical box, the DIMMs are gigantic. So we're oftentimes, weighing out as much as we're dimming out when it comes to certain rate structures. So what we found is that we only try to negotiate heavily on the big items. So if you're going, next day air, we're going to pay full freight on that. We're going to pay full kind of list rate for that. We're not going to touch that at all when we negotiate with carriers. But on the bigger DIMM items, that's where we need relief. It's also hard, though, because the whole world is changing. And so bigger DIMMs are sometimes was in favor, now not so much in favor, but I do think maybe it will go back in favor once it all normalizes, but we'll see. But it's a very good question. So really concentrating on what we did, what we went after was really key. With that said, I would say when I look back at our rates when we thought we got a good deal in year 2, I was like, man, they really ripped us off. And so, and we had a steak dinner because we thought we had a good rate. But I should have looked back and said, this steak dinner is probably given to us because we're paying too much. It's where my radar should have went off, but that's how we did it.
Have you stuck with one carrier?
No, especially in this world, there's so much rapid change. We couldn't do one carrier. So we'll have kind of brown, we'll have purple, we'll have regional carriers, and we're even going to test out kind of locally our own fleet in and around the fulfillment centers as well. So yeah, you can't just rely on one carrier anymore. There's just not enough kind of shippers out there that can handle everything for everyone. Yep.
So I've got a two-parter.
Okay.
First of all, with the pandemic, have you found that customer behavior has significantly changed, which has really propelled your business that may not have happened as quickly had it not? And the second half is, in the very, very beginning when you were a startup, how did you balance all the different opportunities? Because that is really, really challenging for a startup.
So very good questions. During the pandemic, things have fundamentally changed. So, in 2013, starting this business, going even to the gates of Stanford and pitching the most forward-thinking venture capitalists in the world, they're like, laundry detergent on your mobile phone? Like, I don't know about this one, brother. Like, I browse on my phone and I'll check out on my desktop. And by the way, e-commerce was like done in 2002. And I now see a lot of these folks kind of like on stage talking about e-commerce. I was like, if you check the tape, that's not what you said, 8 years ago. But what you found was that was slowly changing, and people were coming around to, hey, this is one of the last big greenfield opportunities for e-commerce where you have such a huge pie with very little kind of penetration. And so now, I think COVID has fundamentally changed that. Our demographics now, just about 70% of our audience in our recent kind of N equals 30,000 study showed that almost 70% of our audience are now living in kind of really small towns or rural environments all across America. So that's a very new audience that certainly wasn't around in 2013. The second one on picking kind of what game you want to play afterwards, I feel like it's a very personal decision, and for me, I just always had a bias towards going big. And yes, you're going up against behemoths here. Yes, coming from the industry, not knowing anything about shipping, our last company, I was selling pink virtual cows in virtual games, so I didn't know. I was bits and bytes. I wasn't atoms across the country. And so moving to that was a big leap, but I just thought, man, like, if people begin to buy this stuff online, the amount of revenue, the amount of opportunity would be unreal. And so luckily, the bet paid off. Yep.
What was the genesis? Did you just hate shopping at Costco?
Yeah. So I grew up going to the Price Club, actually. So yeah. And it was like, I remember my family had to borrow someone's business license to sneak into a Price Club. And we'd have these like big giant things, and all the kids on the street would be like, oh, where did you get the cereal? And they like laugh at me for it. But like now it's pretty mainstream. But yeah, the exact idea came from, Edison has been a core part of my life. I've moved in and out of the city over the years, and living in the city, you go down to like a local convenience store or your local supermarket. Toilet paper rolls are like $4 a pop, and you're just like, I ain't paying that. And so I called my mom, said, don't you love your only son? Come visit me, Mom, and bring the toilet paper and bring this and bring that, because I know it's cheaper out where you live. And so I just felt like there's a business to be made for people who didn't have the time, the patience, or the means to get to a warehouse club. And luckily, over 8 years, I think that market has gotten pretty big.
So Chieh, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Two parts to the question. The first part, you have been incredibly agile culture, right, in a very conventional industry. My first question would be, did you think about culture from the beginning, and what is your thought in terms of this thing? The second one is, was not coming from the industry an advantage for you, or was it an advantage?
Yeah, so I'm not up here to BS you guys. As you can tell, like, I'm very open book. So I would be BSing you if I said, yes, from day zero, culture was how we were going to build this company. So that story of Tim, that was really my turning point of like, man, Like, I didn't sign up for this, but here I am, and this is what we have to rally around. And even for me personally, because it spoke to me in kind of my humble beginnings and my family's beginnings as they first moved to the States. So, I can't BS you and said from day zero it was that way. I would say year 2 was really when I was like, wow, like, man, like, again, I didn't volunteer or sign up for this part of the job, but here I am, and I think we can make some change here. And then second part was being an outsider. Oh, in some ways, I would love to meet the 2013 Chieh and just like, be like, pat him on the back and be like, good luck. And she's about to say you're not the one, so watch out, you know. No, but in a lot of ways it did, because there's a very fine line between kind of boldness and being naive. And I think sometimes going into such a big industry, it's a real gray area between the two. And I'd say today, if the 2013 Chieh came back and pitched 2021 Chieh on this idea, I'd be like, this, that, this. But I didn't know what I didn't know in 2013, so I only saw the opportunity, and so ran through walls to get there. So yes, I would say in certain ways, it was helpful being an outsider.
As you've clearly become endeared to the people who shop with you with regularity, how much have you been able to become a discovery engine or a transference within a category when supply is not necessarily available for one item that someone's still looking for that category of product? How much does that happen inside the firm?
So it didn't happen that much previous to COVID. So we were all about discovery. So, but within the confines of, hey, you know, brands are still what bring people to these sites. Even if you go to, like, if some of your clients are online grocers, if they tell you the truth, they're not saying like fresh meat is bringing people into the top of the funnel or kind of their private brand. It is still the national brands that are bringing people in to the top of the funnel. And then once you get them in there, once they build that item into their cart, then they're going to add potentially other items. So that has always been our strategy of get them in with our national brand or a few high volume sellers. Once they're in, there's different things we do on the experience that really get you to scroll, you know, try to stay away from the search bar and get you to build your cart. So it's 8 on average for a typical consumer. Substitutions, that has been a very important topic, not only for us, but I'm sure for everyone, because supply chain challenges. I was on kind of an industry call, and everyone was saying that, you know, it is, you know, folks who have been in the industry 30, 40 years have said it's never been this bad, never in 40 years. And so even for us, sometimes you will see, instead of selling the 60 pack, maybe we can only get you the 15 pack. So it's not technically wholesale or bulk. But, you know, in a pinch, people are like, I really don't care, I just need X, you know, and so we've even had to adapt a little bit. Actually, maybe this will be something that a bit of strange knowledge that maybe some of you guys know already, but the shortage and all these out of stocks occur because manufacturers in general, you know, they're 100-year-old companies. So their business, they're really trying to gear towards traditionally inflation level growth, or maybe a little bit more. And so the amount of CapEx to say, sorry, I beat the hell out of it, toilet paper, the amount of CapEx to build a modern toilet paper machine will boggle your mind. It's like $500 million. And it takes years. And it's like you're playing a video game. You need to buy a fresh water source. You're like, what am I doing? I feel like I'm playing like Warcraft. You know, it's like, no, it's like, you know, fresh water source. It's multiple stories, $500 million in years to build. So if we all built a business today, we're not going to say, let's put $500 million in CapEx and let's leave some room for flex. You know, let's run it at 75% capacity. You're running that thing at 99.9999% capacity, where your CFO is calling you and giving you real pressure. So when the whole world suddenly spikes demand on an item, there's nothing you can do. And so the only thing you can do is increase it to 100%, and also go back to the Ford Model T days. You can get any Model T, you can get any Ford you want, as long as it's black. And so that's why maybe some of your flavors are missing these days, or the variety pack is now the straight pack. And so now it's just being hit every single time someone tweets, oh, you know, my local grocer's out of dog food, then run on dog food. And so it's these roving out of stocks we're all dealing with. Well, it was, if there's no other questions, yeah, it was very great to be here today. I'm just up the road. I'm a Jersey guy. I'm Chieh at Boxed.com. Would love a conversation. If any of you guys want to tour, we're not starting it back up, but we traditionally did tours every month for folks in the area that wanted to come see. And yeah, it was really fun to be here. Thank you very much for having me.
All right, thank you, Chieh. Really enjoyed that. So I just want to let everyone know that we are a little bit ahead of schedule, but if you want to use the bathroom quickly, you can go ahead and use it. We're just waiting for our tour guide, and we're going to take our signature photo. So take a quick break. And also, while we're walking, if you're interested in any of the art, you can come up and scan this QR code, and it will give you an audio tour so you can see what this. Yes, I did.
don't stop. Let me explain something. to the beat.
we are, back on the hot, muggy street of New York.
I've got all these men writing songs to me. And then I go home and I listen to them alone. What is it with you rock and rollers? You can perform for 1,000 people and you can't be honest with one.
know it's been a while, had to get the style right. Went into overdrive, flying through them red lights. Been about this life like I'm writing my story, picking up where I left off like the people before me. The cycle never ends, my journey about to begin. They already know my name, but I'm only settling in. A breath of fresh air is all that I need. Trying to unlock potential, I'm on the search for the keys. Inner peace is what keeps my chakra flowing. Meditate in the avatar state and seize the moment. Slay omens, we only bring good vibes. When you lost in the dark, good music guides. Reach inside, bring your whole soul alive. Fuel the fire, make some noise if you inspired. Yeah, I hope you know the sky's never been the limit. Remember that the greatest ain't always the first to finish. Close my eyes and imagine where I wanna be. Never too busy to come home and rock it locally. Getting high off these bars, check the potency. Spreading love is what hip-hop's supposed to be. Close my eyes and imagine where I wanna be. Never too busy to come home and rock it locally. Getting high off these bars, check the potency. Spreading love is what hip-hop's supposed to be. New beginnings, I'm taking this life in stride. Surrounded by love, damn it's good to be alive. Reviving fallen souls that wanna listen to me. Follow your dreams, become what you wanted to be. That's what I've done since day one. I come with realness. On the way to the top, ride the flying nimbus. I'm mad ambitious, third eye with the visions. Bars so sweet over beats too delicious. Chasing riches, never worry about the bills. I just wanna write this music and polish my skills. Take notes and slope will leave you slipping. Knowledge is everywhere, all we gotta do is listen. Close my eyes and imagine where I wanna be. Never too busy to come home and rock it locally. Getting high off these bars, check the potency. Spreading love is what hip-hop's supposed to be. Close my eyes and imagine where I wanna be. And imagine where I wanna be.
This is good for you? Yeah, I think it's good. Yeah, let me shut
We have a panel. Is there, are we doing a presentation or no?
No, not for the panel.
Okay.
It'll be right
We want to get the examples.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you want me to, Heather, should I wait or? All right, great. Well, welcome back, everybody. For those of us who are here, I hope everybody enjoyed lunch and our tour walking off lunch, which is also important. I saw a lot of people in the back purchasing tickets for our raffle, so I would just want to thank you for your, I've seen some of the donations, they're very, very generous. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, as well as NetElixir's as well. Now that we're back, we're going to move on to our panel, our retail executive panel. In the spirit of the theme of today, we're going to be doing a panel regarding innovating for the post-pandemic world. So I want to take a moment and introduce you to our panel members. Susie David Kanyan is joining us today. She is an e-marketer principal analyst. Louis Broadnax is joining us. He is the VP of Global E-commerce and Digital at Saserac Company. And Parag Shah is joining us, who is the VP Grocery Division of Wakefern Food Corporation. And I'd like to welcome our CEO of NetElixir, Udain Bose, who's going to moderate our panel. So thank you, everyone. And Udain?
Thank you, Anita. Thanks a lot, guys. Some difficult questions. I know some of the folks have to step out for a call and they'll come back, but don't think that because you guys are here, this is step out. There's no correlation, I can assure you that.
We know that's definitely why what happened.
So as we were discussing and planning for the panel, I think the topic is something which is close to, probably applies to everyone. How do you really rethink and re-innovate for the future, or innovate for the future, right? So as we were discussing, we came up with three broad themes. The first one is, how has the industry and the consumer behavior changed broadly in your industry? And how exactly have you guys coped with this change at your company? The second part was, what were some of the roadblocks, challenges that you really experienced that you were able to overcome, and how did the innovation process overall undergo a bit of a change as well? The third one is something which is, I think, close to everyone's heart, there is a lot of discussion in terms of work from anywhere. The entire hybrid model entirely has changed completely, right? So we would love to know as to how Wakefern, Saserac, and eMarketer are thinking about it, what are their point of view, and so on and so forth. And finally, 3+1, the bonus question. With the holidays coming up, understandably, there is a lot of discussion around holidays. So if you have any tips, how exactly are you preparing for what is expected to be one of the most unpredictable holiday season that we have ever seen? So those are the broad theme questions. I'll just start off with maybe Susie, if you really want to get started with that. Just what are the changes that you have seen in the last, let us say, 19 months
Sure.
brought in the industry and consumer behavior?
So I think from a retail perspective, from what we're seeing changing the most is, as everybody knows, there is so much acceleration to online shopping. However, from the eMarketer forecasts, we know that it's really still only 15% of sales that are online. And so everyone's getting very excited about online, and they should, but we still have to remember the store. So I think that's one thing, the acceleration, but it's not quite as strong as everyone's talking about in the media. And the other thing is that we're talking a lot about new technologies and the consumer adoption of new technologies. And I think what's also important to know is that in my prior life, we tried a lot of different tech sort of click and collect models that didn't necessarily have adoption, because I think consumers just weren't forced to do those things. And then the pandemic brought on this, like, I don't have a choice, I have to do it. And so some of these technologies that are friction-full, like even just think about QR codes and the menus. Like, how often have you done it and it hasn't worked? And you still do it because you don't have a choice, right? So what are some of the, what we're thinking through now is, what are some of the things that are gonna stick once consumers have a choice versus how are we gonna go back to what we were doing before?
Interesting. Parag, Louis, anyone? Yeah.
Thank you, Louis. Great thought, Susie. You know, in the supermarket industry, the last 19 months really feels like a decade. There's so much change that has been brought along and so quickly. And I'm fortunate to follow a great speaker earlier, Chieh, who talked about toilet paper shortage, right? And everybody remembers that, like, you know, so maybe 2 generations from now, people won't talk about the virus, they'll talk about that we had a toilet paper shortage. So, you know, as I look back 19 months, you know, I break it down in phases of what happened. First, there was the shock and awe. Like, you know, our generation, in our lifetime, none of us have really seen a pandemic, right? And we didn't know how to deal with it. So as we tried to figure out, you know, supermarkets really became a place for destination for customers to feel comfortable, because that was the only means for them to really keep their family fed, right? So it became an important role that we played in the community. And I never thought that the supermarkets workers were going to be called essential workers ever, right? And that really happened. And as we went through the pandemic and nobody knew what was to expect, and time evolved, it shifted from, you know, safety and concern, let's take care of everybody. And then when things started balancing out, it shifted into how am I going to entertain my family at home? What are the meal occasions that I'm going to be able to, like, you know, help my family with? How am I going to keep them healthy and happy through this craziness? And we pivoted through the times. You know, first it was safety, make sure customers had a safe shopping experience. Then it's also became into being comfortable and being happy. And again, as it evolves, the concerns remain. You know, pandemic is far from over. There are a lot more challenges up ahead of us. We want to continue to be there for the customers that we really service. Additionally, you know, the big change that I noticed was the digital space. And Susie earlier pointed out very much. And grocery was like the last, you know, frontier for technology to really come in. And it came in fast and rapid. Even though with all the noise about the digital growth we have heard, the industry is still only 8% of total business that's happening digital. So the store is still important, but while technology is coming in fast and furious. So grocers, you know, community leaders, like, we need to embrace technology to the best, but we still need to provide for our communities with the stores that we have. So it's not a digital age or omni-channel age, it's a phygital age, in my opinion, right? And that's how we need to make sure that we are delivering customer experience.
Yeah. And so I think for Sazerac, we had 3 areas that really were impacted. First and foremost, our distilleries are also tourism attractions. So you don't really normally think of spirits companies and tourism, but our tourism numbers immediately went to 0. So we had to quickly figure out how to bring the distillery tour, bring the virtual tastings to our consumers that would normally be making that trip in person. So digital tours were set up, virtual tastings, really working through the email list to make sure that we had corporate events available for people that wanted to have team outings where you could have a little sampler or have someone that could talk you through mixology. So that was the first part. The second part was we're in a regulated industry, so we are selling to a distributor who then has to sell to a retailer. So we're, in a lot of cases, too removed from the actual consumer. And what we're finding is, as people went to buy online, pick up in store, Instacart becoming a major driver, the content that we had available for all of our products wasn't up to snuff. So we immediately had to move into a content creation, content auditing, content distribution method in order to be able to make sure that our products are being represented properly online. Because just like our tourism turned off, so did bars and restaurants. So instead of people going out for their drinks, they're now buying and bringing home. And I think the third piece of that really came into new product development. In addition to our spirits business, our mixer and accessories business also picked up because everybody wants to now be their own home bartender. So in addition to being able to drive that business, more marketing for that part of the organization, just the education around mixology became another one that we focused on.
Any specific consumer behaviors that you think will stick in your industry? I mean, are more optimistic about that this is something that will continue as such? I mean,
so I think that retailers were ready. They were ready with technology. It's just they didn't have consumers who were ready to adapt as quickly. The pandemic made them have to adapt. And I think that what's going to stick is consumers' willingness to be a little bit uncomfortable with some friction experiences if they see the light at the end of the tunnel in terms of convenience, right? Like speed and convenience are king. And so there will be some latitude. I think click and collect will always be important in the newest forms, which are now, which is not new, but is being talked about again, are buy in store, send it to your house, which a lot of retailers had been doing that before because it's a way to manage your inventory in store. If you have it in 15 colorways, but you only display 5, you have an iPad that says, wait a second, you can actually get it in red, but we're not showing it to you and we'll send it to your house for free. So I think just people will be more open to trying new ways of shopping.
anything specific, Parag and Louis?
Yeah, from a food industry perspective, these are some big moments of time that are going to change consumers' behavior for at least a long period that we can foresee. Consumers tend to behave in a certain way based on certain experiences that they have lived through. And we feel that this is an event that will stick around. Look at the last 2 decades, food companies, CPG companies did not enjoy the growth that other industries had really enjoyed. Partly it was because of consumers wanting more experiential economy, like traveling, leisure, that had taken off the post-economic crisis, right? So food from away from home was growing at a rapid pace, and food at home was mature or declining. And this has changed the equation. The future habits changes as people are still less comfortable of traveling. We don't know what this new variant is going to do and how long it will last. That will keep people more at home. And then third is work from home, and we're going to talk about that shortly, right? But that's also going to influence change. And also, when you have a memory of shortage, right, you never want to run out of it. So I'll give you a fun fact. Prior to pandemic, there were 1.5 billion toilet papers stocked up in the American household. It's 3.6 billion right now. So technically, there's no toilet paper shortage. It's just not in the store, it's in the home, right? So those behaviors are going to last. So really, the call to the food companies and CPG companies is take this momentum, take it to your benefit, invest in your business, both in technology and in customer experience, so you can really win the consumer of the future and continue to innovate.
I think this is probably more of a general statement. I think that the pandemic has brought an entirely new group of buyers to this online space. And I think it's brought an entire new set of exploration on purchasing. I think there were categories of products that people just did not feel comfortable or feel good about buying online, that now it's been opened up. And I think you'll see more and more people continue to try new.
Because frankly speaking, every company was taking cost out of the system. So you are operating at 99, 100% levels. When you get hit by an unexpected shock, it fails, right? And you have to quickly adapt. And as good as technology is, it cannot perform as well without human intervention. So we saw early on where companies created manual overrides, ended up performing better to meet their customer needs than letting the system really drive it. So we had to really constantly rethink on what supply chain looks like, how we're going to continue handling that. So that investment was, I believe, big, and it's going to take a long time for us to get those capacity, like Chieh said and Louis said. Those investments take long time to clean. And
So again, moving on to the industry specifically, Parag, were there anything specific in the
functional growth of different technology coming into the business and just powering it up? As simple as, savings through coupons, right? Grocery industry is known very well for a paper coupon. Either you get it through your Sunday mailer or you get it in the circular. That has become digitized. There's been a 50% reduction of mail-in coupons to digital coupons. So there's been such an acceleration. So the world is still going to continue to mature in the digital phase, but I still strongly believe, like I earlier said, you're going to see a lot more phygital experience rather than just a digital or an in-store experience.
I also think from a research side perspective, the other thing that I'm hearing a lot around is you have to figure out that last mile delivery. And so that might not be the grocery store or brands that worry about that, and it's the intermediaries you're working with. But I think there is that expectation, and if you're in a very densely populated New York City kind of space, there are lots of 15-minute deliveries too now that own their inventory and are able to fulfill on that, which I think will push the grocery category in another direction.
Yeah, and tying on to both of those, our industry, it was overnight, you have Drizzly and GoPuff now delivering spirits to your door within an hour. And what that did was it turned on this entire new marketing engine as a brand leader that you did not have access to before. So now you're actually able to work with a partner that has information about consumers in specific locations, what they're buying. So it's like all of a sudden the spirit space turned on to all those things that I think traditional CPG had for the last decade or so.
And the other thing is, I think, generally, broadly speaking, the last 18 months, retailers figured out what are some of the in-store experiences that they obviously you couldn't have, but how can we, as a retailer, I'm generalizing, how can you as a retailer figure it out to give them a safe experience? So if you think about Ulta and Sephora and all the AR, VR experiences of trying on the makeup, and how do you think about, Walmart was apparently putting samples into their curbside delivery bags to just make sure that they can sort of create this impulse purchase and brand discovery. So I think as a retailer or a brand, it's important to think about what are some of the experiences that are important for either discovery or repeat purchases, and try and do them in a way that is safe for a consumer.
So if I can tag on with to what Susie said, I think that's a great point. When you walk in a store, especially a supermarket, there is a certain reason why certain things are positioned in certain way. So if you take the snacking aisle, right, there's potato chips, there's tortilla chips, there's pretzels, there's salsa, and then dips are in another part of the store, and then hummus is another part, and
there is 500 calories right there.
Exactly. So when you really look at it, it has been segmented by product type. But today, consumer is not only shopping by product type, but they're shopping by occasion type, usage type. So when they think about snacking, it's beyond the items that we know the snacking is known for, right? And they want to really shop for a whole experience, whole event, whether they're hosting a family get-together or they want to put something together for the kids, for the lunch boxes now that kids are back to school. So digital is allowing us to test out visual merchandising in a digital space lot quickly, lot easily. And that will become the learning platform for trying new things in store. So I can foresee a world where snacking is not done by pretzels and potato chips, but in a stacking occasion, right? You are having a taco night. Yes, what it should look like. You are having a Super Bowl party. This is what it should look like.
Very, very interesting. Just a quick question. This is just a completely off question to think about. Instacart emerged as a massively important player. Has it really changed the overall power dynamics within the entire value chain? I mean, has there been a value shift almost? Because Instacart has suddenly inserted itself as a pretty major player. So, I mean, has it really taken some clout off, let us say, in-store purchasing experience?
I wouldn't say that. I think Instacart provided a necessary utility at the time of need, especially for organizations who didn't have a digital program ready to go. So they have a role to play. We offer Instacart at our organization as well. But long term, if you really think about it, what are the principles of what your organization really goes to the customer for, right? We believe in great value, great price. There's a cost for getting Instacart service that the consumer has to pay. So that's a differentiator. So if you want convenience, you want some kind of delivery, then there is a cost element that you have to pay for. And that's what Instacart really does. I think the difference maker on the Instacart platform will be really advertising and first-party data, right? And how they are able to monetize it and how we are able to use that to understand consumer behavior and be able to market against it.
Awesome. Yeah. Michele, you had a question?
Yep. A follow-up question. I wondered, what do you think about the dilution of brands because of Instacart? So if I were like locally always go to my Safeway, like I was committed to Safeway, but now I have like, 15 grocery stores I can order from, and now they're kind of competing. I'm less attached to Safeway. Like, is there more of like a dilution of commitment to different places, or would you say you still have a commitment to that place because they used to go there?
I think the loyalty still is there because the majority of the expansion of Instacart and other services have happened in a pandemic environment. So we are still in, I would say, an unknown time. Once that really settles down, I believe customers will start making a choice between the providers of technology with individual retailers or using a third-party platform like Instacart. I believe Instacart will try to get into the retail space as well at some point of time and get into micro-fulfillment and open ghost kitchens and try those spaces out. But I believe there is a value equation that retailers really need to be careful and make sure that they are living up to the loyalty that the customers are rewarding them with.
I also think you're a savvy customer, and Instacart happens to be in the news a lot, but Instacart, you either buy on Safeway and it's powered through Instacart, and then most people don't even realize they're using Instacart on the back end, or you're going to the Instacart app and then you're choosing based on whatever you're choosing. And I'm not sure how many consumers out there really understand that differentiation.
Yeah. I think you're going to see the retailers, and we're already seeing it, spend more time on their loyalty programs and their driving for first-party data versus always through the Instacart program. So I think they'll live side by side.
Moving on to the next area as such, I mean, the work from anywhere or the hybrid model. But before I start off, I think the last few months we have, I think, all experienced a tremendous amount of, I think, labor shortages in certain cases. I'm pretty sure, Ruth, you would have experienced it in your shipping center in Alabama and so on. So I think I'm pretty sure at your stores as well, you're experiencing, I mean, the labor shortages. And at the same time, I think the overall work model has completely changed. So would love to know as to your thoughts and how the organization is thinking about it as well.
Yeah, if I can start, I'll break it down into two pieces. One is the present reality of the labor shortage. I think that's real. That's become challenging. And that has become one of the biggest reasons why we are seeing supply chain shortages. And it started at the beginning of pandemic. First, it was people getting sick and having issues. And we had our fair share of associates who were impacted by coronavirus. And a couple of our facilities overnight went down. Literally, we could not use over 1 million square foot worth of space. And we had to redeploy and open up like 6 satellite facilities, which were 3PL, in a span of a week. Otherwise, there was a major risk from a consumer perspective. So we had to really innovate on the fly when it came to labor shortages, which are still going on today, and I hope they can correct themselves shortly in the future. Taking on the second subject of the question about work from home or anywhere, Wakefern is an $18 billion organization. We have 90,000 associates at retail as well as corporate. 97% of our associates did not have the privilege to work from home at the height of pandemic. It was only 3% of our entire population who could. Warehouse workers, truck drivers, retail workers, they didn't have a choice. And I was a fortunate one. In the 3%, I could work from home, and there were packages coming every single day. I'm not going to name the retailer who was shipping to us, because my wife was on there every single day. But they were coming every day, and I would look at it and say, wow, I'm lucky that I'm in the confines of my home, and I can work and do my stuff, and I don't have to put myself out there. But there was somebody who was out there and keeping the country alive, if I may use that line. So as we come back to normal, the lens we are really looking at it is using it as a privilege, as a choice for flexibility rather than a necessity. Now that can be differentiated based on the role you're doing, the position you have in the organization, or the job function that you have. There should be built-in flexibility, in my opinion, for certain roles that can work remotely, and that's fine. But for majority of the roles in our organization, it requires some kind of a human interaction. So a few months ago, we came up with 3C concept. We want to coach our associates by bringing them back, because that's important, because we need to make sure that we are continuing to be the best class organization to take care of our customers. We need to collaborate. We need to be there together, right? And just having this event together and having this conversation that we are collaborating, for me, it is, there's an adrenaline rush for me. Like, it's exciting rather than doing this remotely. And then it's connecting, right? And it's knowing your peers, knowing the place where you spend more time away from home doing the job and who those people are. So with the 3C concept, I feel that it's important for us to not forget the social side of working and keep that going while building the flexibility that allows you, while working remotely, to take care of your other personal needs, work-life balance and other stuff.
Mm-hmm. Susie, Luis?
Yeah, I think we were also in a similar scenario where spirits was considered essential during COVID. So,
thank God.
Yeah. So we did have workforce that was frontline, 24/7, making sure that things were going, and part of that was our move from pure spirits to actually producing hand sanitizer early on. So we had an entire force that was responsible for moving all of that spirits production to hand sanitizer, getting it out to the volunteer organizations, to the first responders. So that was a big lift at the beginning. The rest of the organization went remote, and now we're in this hybrid model. I just wish we could figure out a way during the day that you could end up not on WebEx first in the morning, then Zoom, then Teams, Blue Jeans. Thank God Adobe left Blue Jeans, because we don't have to deal with that fourth platform anymore. But yeah, I think collaboration's been the biggest issue for us. Finding the proper collaboration tools so that you could have those big whiteboard sessions remotely. And also, when you have team members that are being hired over that 18-month period that have never had the chance to engage, never had the chance to interact with any of their coworkers. It's just, for us, that's been the biggest challenge, is how do you build the tech and the process and put that in place to allow better collaboration and teaming.
Susie?
So I work at a research company, or at least in the research arm, so it's very different. We had a lot of remote workers. I was hired during the pandemic, all onboarded remotely, so the company has decided to be 100% remote and flex, so there is an office, you can go to the office if you want. Right now they don't anticipate that everybody's gonna run to the office, so there is no app that we have to fill out, but at some point, if too many people are going to go to the office, we're going to have to block our time. There's a lot of flexibility, which I think my team appreciates. It also gives us the ability to hire retail experts that don't necessarily sit in New York, that we wouldn't otherwise be able to hire if we needed them to be in the office. But I recognize that what I do is very different from a retailer job, that it is the majority are in the stores. I think the other thing I would say is we are trying to come up with ways to collaborate, and someone who also recently joined, eMarketer, brought Jamboard with her, and we've started using that. It's like sticky notes that you can put on, and it's, I think, really great. It's not quite like being in real life, but it's definitely easier than Excel.
So I think about one of the things that we have been discussing a lot internally as well, like we started going back about 2 days to office. It's more of voluntary, but folks are normally coming in about at least one day, if not 2 days, right? So I think it has worked out well, but it's a fine balance, right? I mean, so you really have to have that collaboration, in-person meeting, and there is no substitute for that. Those water cooler talks and so on. It really helps you to be a part of the culture, and I know Michele is sort of sitting here about the cultural part. I don't know as to whether Zoom can ever be a substitute for in-person. I don't think so.
No.
At the same time, I think also the pandemic has very clearly proven that we probably don't need to go to office 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Right? So there is, probably it will settle down somewhere in between, where it will be, we'll see as to how it sort of pans out.
I'm just curious on that question.
Yeah.
How do you see the best case scenario having flexibility, but having some kind of
Remote 100% just makes you think a little bit more. Like, this person needs to check in every other day because they're a little bit more junior and they need a little bit more help, or this person needs it once every other week and they're okay too. And so just trying to adapt and ask. I think it's important to just ask, what do you want? I know for me what I do, which is try to recreate sometimes the meeting aspect on Zoom of like everybody, especially in the beginning, you felt like you had to just get right to business. And so I try and chit chat with people before we get started, which can be complicated when there's a lot of people on Zoom with you, but I try to, and I feel like it might make some people uncomfortable, but I want to feel like we're part of everybody's getting settled in around the table meeting feeling, but it's just on Zoom.
Michele, I'm going to be shallow. I'm going to use the loose form, right? The loose cultural way of doing it. We started our work from home, work back to office in phases. And in the first phase, we let the associate really decide what they wanted to do. We gave them the guidelines on what to expect, what we want of them, and we are going to provide them a safe working environment. We're going to be there for them, but also gave them the reasons why it is good to come back to work, right? And let them independently decide. And really, when that started slowly happening, there were people who were uncertain of coming back in some form versus people who were committed to coming back. And those people really became the brand ambassadors of why we need to come back and why it is beneficial. And it led by osmosis, and then we launched our next phase, which was more like a permanent schedule. So while the structure is not being hard-coded, we are doing it based on honor system until there is an issue, right? And then we'll have to deal with it. But until we are still in a pandemic, I think this will play itself, and we'll see how it settles beyond there.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think people look into how much is this really a norm to do that versus my own discretion. The more they start seeing, okay, wait a second, maybe this is not just my choice anymore. Like they feel compelled to conform.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're in the middle where it's you can choose your days. Probably a more efficient work day completed at home. I think having that balance has been working.
Very interesting. The last part, I know we have Heather's warning comes in, so we have 5 minutes. We have 15 minutes. Oh, so we have time. Awesome. So the final question regarding the holiday season. I mean, eMarketer has come out with forecasts. I'm pretty sure Parag and Luis are expecting. So what are the expectations? What does the holiday season look like, and how do you think it will pan out? Yeah. And any specific preparations, anything that you are doing? Yeah.
I don't want to put the gloom and doom. Holiday season's going to be good. I think people are going to celebrate more than what they did last year. They're going to enjoy meeting with families, folks, now that the country is vaccinated a lot more than it was. Actually, last year during holiday season, vaccine was not even out yet, right? So I think that will be the positive side of it. I just hope that supply chain can keep up to meet the demands.
Yeah.
And, food side is going to be probably a lot better in meeting the demand. I'm very worried on the durable side as to what's happening, globally right now with all the shortages. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed and trying to be optimist that we can be able to serve the customers. But I think the secret code that I'm hearing in the news media is do your Christmas shopping now, right? Don't wait.
Yeah, same here. This is more just Louis' prediction of what I think is going to happen and what we're planning for. To your point, people getting back together for the first time. I think more thoughtful gifts and gifting this year than potentially in the past, where it's just grab that last minute thing and give it to your loved one at the celebration. Some more thoughtful giving, and our challenge really is that last mile with shipping expenses where they are. Just trying to figure out how to make each delivery as efficient as possible without incurring the massive expense that we're going to see with the price increases on shipping delivery.
Susie?
I think gift cards will be very much in demand this year.
Very much in demand.
Any thoughts, Susie?
Yeah, so I think we've all seen the different news articles about how every company, including eMarketer, is forecasting strong sales. I've seen as high as up 13 and as low, which is not low, up 6. So it's definitely a big variance. The key point is that it is going to be a good holiday. Everybody agrees that consumers have money to spend, they want to spend, they're excited to spend. But again, will there be gifts? So I think what's going to happen is we've always seen traditionally that holiday spending sort of creeps forward a little bit. And now with the Amazon doing their beauty event right now, it's happening now. And Target just announced October, I don't know what their marketing handle is, but October days, I think every retailer under the sun has now going to pull all of their marketing forward. So instead of seeing, I think in the end, it'll still be the same dollar value that's going to be spent as forecast. But I think a lot of that will start to happen more in October. And when giants like Nike say, hey, buy your gifts early because we're worried about our own supply chain, then I think everybody's going to do it. So the shortages are going to happen in December, but I hope everybody's already bought their gifts.
Well, we are the 6% guys, by the way, 6 to 13. So we are the most conservative so far, anyway. So anyway, we'll see. I saw, hey, Jonah, thanks for stepping in. So the last part is, I think that this is more of a question for you. I mean, is there any specific innovation that you would really want to see in the next few years? I think that was just a very personal question, but anything specific that you would like to see in the next maybe about 2 to 3 years?
In the retail space?
Any space, yeah, anything.
I mean, I would love if we could all be able to get on planes that take us to places much faster.
That probably is coming up, right?
I think so, but I don't mean to Mars. I mean that I can go to Europe in an hour instead of 6. Yeah.
I believe United is launching a Dreamliner in about a year. Within 3.5 hours, you go to London. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So that's supposedly coming up. So we'll see.
Oh, so I'm such a good predictor.
I know.
It's the variant of Concorde. Right? That's
variant of Concorde. Yes. Yeah.
I should add at an affordable price, because if you say Concorde, then I'm like, that I knew about, but that I don't know that I can do.
Anything, Louis?
Selfishly, alcohol shipping to all 50 states.
Oh, right.
That would be a big one for us.
Parag, anything?
I think we just need to continue on all the great things that we have seen that technology has brought forward. There's so much advantage that it provides. The world has really become a smaller place, even though we cannot travel right now. So, whether it is payment technology or social commerce, there are a lot of virtues of those technologies, and I believe the growth will help the humankind, that much better. So, not one thing that I can pinpoint, but a lot of different things.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. We'll sort of wrap up our panel, but thank you so much for your.
No, thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Excuse me?
So we're going to start up again. Thank you to Louis, Susie, Prague, and Udain for that insightful discussion. We appreciate you guys taking the time. At this time, it's my honor to introduce our final speaker for the day, Mr. Jonah Berger. Jonah is a best-selling author and professor at the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania. He is a world-renowned expert on change, influence, word of mouth, natural language processing, consumer behaviors, and how products, ideas, and behaviors catch on. He has published over 50 articles, sold over 1 million books, including The Catalyst, How to Change Anyone's Mind, which you all have received a signed copy of today. And Jonah is going to present to us today, Contagious, Why Things Catch On. Please join me in welcoming Jonah Berger.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I did an event recently where I kept my mask on for the first 5 minutes. It's like no one can hear me. So I'm going to keep it off for the beginning of this one, but I am vaccinated. And it's great to get a chance to see you all and talk to everybody. I think when we think about innovation and rethinking innovation, we think about change. And to create change is really hard, right? All of us want to change one thing or another. We want to change consumer behavior. We want to change a potential client's mind. We want to change our boss's mind. We want to take a colleague's action. Startups want to change industries. Nonprofits want to change the world. But change is really hard. Often we push, we pressure, we cajole, and nothing happens. And so the question I'm going to ask very simply today is there a better way? Is there a better way to create change and drive action, not by pushing, but by doing something else? And so I'll talk about a few things today. We'll talk about rethinking innovation, changing customer or consumers' minds, and shifting perspectives within our organizations. And so as nicely mentioned, I'm Professor Jonah Berger. I'm a marketing professor. I'm going to point in a direction. I'm not sure which direction is south, but somewhere in that direction, down at the Wharton School, a little bit south of us. What we do today is talk about my recent New York Times and Wall Street Journal bestseller, The Catalyst, How to Change Anyone's Mind. My goal here is really simple. I know we only have about an hour together, but to give you a sense of appetizer for some of the ideas in the book. My hope is that you walk out of here with 2 or 3 things that you can do tomorrow to make change easier and more likely. I will save time at the end for questions. I know for the thousands of us that are here in person, it's going to be difficult to get all the questions in, but we will make sure to make time to do that. And if folks on the live stream have questions, I'm happy to try to answer those as well. But I want to start off today by talking about a villain. What do I mean a villain? Well, we're all on a journey. We're actually all on a hero's journey. We all have something that we want to change, right? You may be trying to change innovation within your organization. You may be trying to change a customer or client's mind. You may be trying to change consumer behavior. That's the goal you have. But there in every hero's journey is a villain. And the villain in this story is something called the status quo bias. And anyone have any idea what the status quo bias is? Anyone heard of the status quo bias before? I know there are thousands of us here in person, but if you have, you can raise your hand. We can call it. We have small enough numbers to call it. Yeah. Inertia. What do you mean? Perfect. Yes. Newton's. I don't remember which law it is, but one of Newton's. Body in motion stays in motion. Body at rest stays at rest. Anytime we have a choice, we often are choosing between an incumbent and something new. Right? An old product and a potentially new product we could buy. An old way of doing things and a potentially new way of doing things. An existing service provider or business that we work with and a new one that seems like it might be better. Whenever we're faced with such a choice, we have a bias to stick with, as nicely said, the status quo. Makes well thought out term. It means what it says. We tend to stick with what we're already doing. So let's take a really simple case. Consumers shopping. We tend to buy as consumers the same products and services we've bought before. When we go to the grocery store, for example, we tend to buy the same things again and again. Not the same things every week, but if you make a particular recipe, I bet you buy the same ingredients from the same companies. Why? Because it's just easier. It's easier to buy the same things you have before. If you've ever tried shopping when you're on vacation at like a new grocery store, even if you want to buy the same things at a new grocery store, much more difficult because you don't know where they are. Right? And even if you knew where they are, finding them is difficult. It requires more work. Right? And so that's one reason for the status quo bias. Old stuff is easier than new stuff. But there are some other reasons as well. Another one is attachment. There's a great study, for example, that looks at people selling homes. They find that the longer you've lived in a home, the more you value that home above market price. Why? Because it's no longer just a home, it's your home. And it becomes difficult to imagine giving that up. Right? Same thing is true often when venture firms or equity firms try to buy startups that are founder-owned. right? Founder-owned companies tend to value themselves above and beyond companies that are not founder-owned. Family-owned businesses, same thing in spades, right? Family-owned businesses tend to have a lot of value for their organization because they're attached to it. Same thing with ideas within organizations, right? If it's your idea, you think it's a better idea than if it's someone else's. And so not only are older things easier and we're attached to them, but new things often feel uncertain, right? Sure, whether we are a marketer, a salesperson, a colleague, whoever we may be, say that this new thing will be better, but how does someone actually know, right? Old things feel safe, new things feel risky. And so all of these aspects contribute to the status quo bias. And so one thing we're going to talk about today is, well, how do we overcome that bias? Right? If this villain is there, what do we do to overcome this villain? And usually, when we think about trying to overcome the status quo bias, we think of some version of what I'll call pushing. And so in writing this book, I've interviewed thousands of executives from all sorts of different industries. I've asked them to write down what is something you want to change and what is something you could do to try to change it. And over 98% of the time, people list some version of pushing. I'll make one more phone call. Send one more email, make one more presentation, list all the reasons why someone should do something, emotional or factual, right? If I just push people a little harder, they'll come around. And it's clear why we think that works, right? If there's a physical object, like a chair in the middle of a room, and we want to move that chair, pushing it is a great way to get it to go, right? We put some pressure on that side, it slides across the floor. And so we apply that same intuition to people. We think if we just push on that person a little harder, they will slide across the floor. But think about when we apply that intuition to people, what happens? Right? Think about the last time someone pushed you. Did you just slide across the floor? What might you have done instead? Push back. Dig in your heels. Resist. Think about all the reasons why you don't want to do what was suggested. Right? And there's some very old research in psychology on something called the tension system, which says basically exactly this. Right? There's forces going one way, but there are also forces going the other way. And sometimes the more we push, the more people create push force back, and they don't go anywhere. And so if pushing doesn't work, what does? Well, there's a nice analogy to be made to chemistry. And I'm not a chemist, but I do play basketball sometimes with some chemists. And so talk to them a lot in writing this book. And it turns out that changing chemistry is really hard. Right? So think about carbon, for example, over eons being squeezed into diamonds, or plant matter being turned into oil. Right? And so in the lab, to speed up that process, chemists often add temperature and pressure. They squeeze things together, they heat them up to make change more likely. An easy way to think about it is if you think about a popcorn kernel, you throw it in the microwave, heats up on the inside, pops, and there's popcorn. And so chemists do the same thing in the lab. They add energy to create change. But it turns out there's a special set of substances they use that make change happen faster and easier with less energy, not more. These substances do everything from clean the grime on our contact lenses to clean the grime on our car's engine. Multiple Nobel Prizes have been won for innovations in the space. And as you can already guess, these substances are called catalysts. Right? And what's most interesting about how catalysts work, when we think about the social world, when we say someone's a catalyst, we mean they're a change agent. But in chemistry, catalyst has a really specific meaning. It's not just a change agent. It allows change to happen with less energy, not more. Right? Great catalysts in chemistry, they sort of figure out what the barriers are to change, and they mitigate them. And we can think about the same thing in the social world. Rather than saying, well, what could I do to get someone to change? Great catalysts, great change agents take a subtly but importantly different approach. They ask, why hasn't that person changed already? What's stopping them? What are the barriers or obstacles that are in the way, that are preventing change? And how by getting rid of those barriers can I make change more likely to happen? Right? If you think about it, imagine being parked in your car. Right? So you come out of the mall or out of a game, and your car's parked on a hill, so you get in the car, you stick your key in the ignition, you turn it, and you step your foot on the gas. Right? If the car doesn't go, we think we just need more gas. If the person, the organization, the people we're trying to change don't change, we just think we need more gas, more pressure. Right? But you can step on the gas pedal all you want. If the parking brake on that car is pulled up, the car's not going to go anywhere. Right? And so the main idea of what I'm going to talk about today, so if you step out for 50 minutes, you come back, you wonder what you missed, is this simple but I think important idea. How can we all be better at finding the parking brakes? Whatever we're trying to change, identifying what those brakes are that are getting in the way and removing them. Right? And in writing this book, I talked to an amazing set of change agents. I talked to top-selling salespeople, folks within organizations that change their bosses or colleagues' mind. I talked to startup founders. I talked to great consultants. I talked to marketers that got millions, $100 million in sales. But I also talked to some unusual change agents, hostage negotiators, substance abuse counselors, parenting experts. I'm sure we all are interested in at least that set of the ideas. And it turns out the barriers to change are the same. Right? I kept seeing the same 5 barriers come up again and again, whether I was talking to someone who had a suggestion about how to get your kids to eat their vegetables, or a consultant who was talking about how to get clients to get on board with an initiative. And so in the Catalyst, I put them in a framework. It's called the REDUCE framework. That stands for reactance, endowment, distance, uncertainty, and corroborating evidence. These are the 5 barriers that come up again and again. Put them together, they spell a word, which is reduce. I cheated a little bit with the C and E on the last one. You can talk to me about it later, but which is exactly what great catalysts do. They don't push harder. They don't provide more facts, more figures, more reasons. They identify the barriers to change, and they mitigate them. And I think particularly as marketers, we think a lot of the time the barrier is information. If people just had more information, they'd change. The barrier is rarely information. We think it's information, but it's often something else. And so what I'm going to do today is go through at least a couple of these barriers. I'll talk about reactance because I think it happens everywhere. And I'll also talk about uncertainty because I think it's really important as we think about innovation and how to make that more likely. And I'm happy to answer questions about the others. And obviously, there's a whole book that you guys are getting. And so treat this as an appetizer to that book. But again, my hope is that you walk out of here today with 2, 3, maybe even 4 or 5 things you can do tomorrow to make whatever change you're looking for more likely. And what I would say is the more that you go through this presentation with a thing you want to change in mind, the more useful the strategies will be. So if you don't, that's fine. If you have multiple, as I imagine you do, that's also fine. But hopefully you'll begin to see how the strategies will help you. So let me jump right in. And to do that, I want to talk about these. Does anyone know what these are? Tide Pods. Good. So let me tell you a little story about Tide Pods. So a decade ago, Tide, owned by Procter & Gamble, wants to make doing laundry faster and easier. It's not that difficult, but there are a few things that tend to get in the way, right? We never know how much detergent to add. Some of it gets spilled on the counter or our hands. We'd actually love to be able to put, turns out to make your clothes better, some of it in early in the cycle and some later, but you can't do that with liquid detergent. And so Tide puts a bunch of money in research and development, and they come up with these little things, colorful pods called Tide Pods. Basically, set it and forget it. Throw one in the laundry, solves all the problems that I just mentioned. And so Tide spends $100 million in marketing, and they hope to take a big chunk of the over $1 billion laundry industry. So they released Tide Pods. Tide Pods are doing okay, pretty well actually, and then they hit a snag. Does anyone remember what the snag was? Yeah, I want to pause here for just a second. So some of you have no idea what I'm talking about are going, my colleague just said kids are eating them. There's no way kids are eating them, right? I mean, they're filled with chemicals, right? You're right, they are filled with chemicals, but yes, your colleague is right, people are eating them. Right, so there's a funny video online saying they looked good enough to eat. Someone showed a picture of them melted on top of a pizza. And suddenly, mostly young people were challenging one another to eat Tide Pods. It's called the Tide Pod Challenge, right? Maybe you remember the Tide Pod Challenge from a few years back. Imagine being a Tide executive in this situation, right? You're sitting there going, I mean, they're filled with chemicals. People should know not to eat them, right? But just in case, they did what companies often do when they don't know what to do, which is they released a press release saying, don't eat Tide Pods. Right? And in case it wasn't enough, they did what companies also do when they don't know what to do, which is hire a celebrity. So they hired Rob Gronkowski, Gronk as we know him, now of Tampa Bay Buccaneers fame, to shoot a public service announcement saying, don't eat Tide Pods. Right? And so they told people not to eat Tide Pods. Gronk told people not to eat Tide Pods. They thought that would be enough. Okay? Here's a little bit of data. This is searches for the Tide Pod Challenge over time. Okay? And they're pretty flat, and then they start going up around the Tide Pod Challenge. And this is the moment where Tide releases their announcement. Now, Tide is hoping that the announcement will lead to a decreased interest in the Tide Pod Challenge. Worst case, it at least won't change interest in the Tide Pod Challenge. But as some of you can already guess, that's not what happened. Right? There was a 4-fold increase in searches for the Tide Pod Challenge, and it wasn't just parents wondering what their kids are up to. Visits to poison control shoot up as well. In the next 2 weeks, more people come into poison control with Tide Pod-related issues than had in the 2 years prior. Very simply, a warning became a recommendation. Telling people not to do something made them more likely to do it. Now, you're probably sitting there going, okay, great, but I'm not selling Tide Pods. And by the way, I'm trying to get people to do something, not to do something. What does this have to do with me? This is just one example of a much broader phenomenon called reactance. When pushed, whether pushed to do something or pushed not to do something, people often push back. They often do the exact opposite of what we want them to do. And so I want to spend a couple minutes talking about reactance, the science behind it, and then how to reduce it. And by the way, if this story doesn't sound exactly like what happened with masks and vaccines and all these other things, I don't know what does, right? We've seen all of these things in spades in the last couple of years. Okay, so at the core, reactance is all about agency and control. People like to feel like they are in the driver's seat of their lives. Why did I make the choice I made? Why did I buy the product I bought, use the service I use, made the decision I made at the office? I did it because I wanted to. I am in the driver's seat of my life. But as soon as you, whether you are a colleague, whether you are a marketer, whether you are a salesperson, whatever it may be, as soon as you come in and try to push them or direct them one way or another, now if they're interested in doing that thing you wanted them to do, they're not sure if they're interested because they liked it or because you suggested that they do it. It's no longer clear who's in the driver's seat, and because of that, they push back. Right? Essentially, people have an ingrained anti-persuasion radar, almost like a spidey sense, if you will, sort of anti-missile defense system that goes off when they feel like someone is trying to persuade them, and they push back. They avoid or ignore the message. Think what happens when a telemarketer calls you up, or you get an email in a sales sort of way that you weren't expecting, you delete it, right? Or you leave the room when an ad comes on the television. Or even worse, right? The worst one of them is counter-arguing. Sure, we're in a meeting. Sure, people are shaking their head yes, like they agree with what we're saying. But what are they really doing inside their heads? They're really sitting there going, nah, it's not going to work. That's going to be too expensive. That won't integrate with our existing systems. I don't like that thing, right? Think about it as a consumer when you hear an ad, right? You hear an ad for a Ford truck, and Ford says, we're great on all these dimensions. You as a consumer don't sit there going, I believe you, right? You as a consumer sit there going, well, of course you, Ford, would say that, but how do I know it's actually true? Right? They poke and prod the arguments till it comes crumbling down. And so at the core, how do we reduce reactance? Right? How do we change people's minds when they're not going to listen to us? And so what we need to think about doing is allow for agency. We need to give people back some of that sense of freedom and control. And here I'll talk about 3 strategies to do it. There are more in the book, and I'm happy to talk more in the question part of the session. So one way to allow for agency is to do what I'll call providing a menu. This is super, super easy, right? One of the most basic strategies in the book. And so if you look, often when we present solutions or suggest directions, we suggest one option. So a consultant comes in and says, I think you guys should do this. Right? Or a project manager comes in and says, I think we should do this. Or a brand says, hey, consumer, I think you should do that. And as we talked about already, people are going to counter-argue. They're going to say, of course, you're going to say that, but here are all the reasons why I don't want to do it. And so what great catalysts, what great change agents often do is rather than giving people one option, they give them multiple. They say, hey, I think you should do X or Y. Which do you think is better? And it's super simple, but notice what it subtly does. It shifts the role of the listener. Right? Because over here, they're spending all their time thinking about why they don't like what you suggested. You've given them something, and they're pushing back on that thing. But over here, you've given them 2 options, and you've asked them a question, and now they have to think about which one they like better, which they are more than happy to do. But because they're focused on which one they like better, they're much more likely to pick one of those at the end of the interaction. Right? And so it's providing a menu, because think about what happens when you go to a restaurant. You don't go to a restaurant and they say, here's what you're having for dinner. Right? But you also don't go to a restaurant and they say, have whatever you want. You go to a restaurant and say, here's a limited set of options. Choose from within the choice set. It's guided choice. Right? It's strategically picking a real set of options. Right? If we give people fake options or decoy options, they're not going to go with what we want them to do. But give them 2 real options. Right? They'll be happy to choose among those 2 real options. Not 25 options, right? But a limited set of real options, and encourage people to think about which one they like better. Much more likely to make a choice that we wanted them to make in the first place and drive them to change. So that's one strategy. Another, building on that idea, is called ask, don't tell. And so the idea here very simply is questions rather than statements. We make statements, people push back, and so instead ask questions. I was talking to a startup founder a couple years ago, and she was saying she was having a hard time motivating her team to put in the extra hours on a project. They needed to stay late and on the weekend, and they didn't want to do it. And so she kept sort of pushing them to do it and telling them they needed to do it, and they didn't want to do it. So eventually she calls a meeting, and she says, hey, what kind of company do we want to be? A good company or a great company? Now, that's not a real question. It's a rhetorical question, but we all know how we answer that question. How do we answer it? A great company, right? But then she asked a real question. She said, how do we get there? How do we get there? Right? And questions do a couple things. First, just like the example I gave you of choice, it changes the job of the listener. She's now asked them for their opinion, which they are more than happy to provide. People love thinking about their opinion, right? And so now she's deactivated their attention to what they don't like and encouraged them to share their opinion, which they're happy to do. But also notice what she's doing. She's collecting information. Too often as change agents, we don't know what the barriers are. We don't know why someone hasn't changed. Right? I've often been talking to someone, either a client or even a friend, who something didn't go their way, and I'll say, well, why didn't it happen? And they go, well, I don't know why they didn't do what I wanted them to do. Well, if we don't know, how are we going to fix it? And so questions allow us to collect information to better guide that journey. If we have a better sense of why someone does or doesn't want to change, or what they're worried about, right, we can better shape that process. But the third thing questions do is they encourage commitment to the conclusion. And what do I mean by that? So if she says, hey, what kind of things should we do to become a great company? And somebody says, hey, this is what I think we should do. And she later on says, great, we're going to do that. It's a lot harder for that person not to be on board because it was their idea in the first place, right? And so once they've suggested something, they've essentially put a stick in the ground when later on you suggest that they're going to go along with it because it was their idea. I was presenting these ideas a couple weeks ago, and someone said, you know, it's so funny, my boss loves feeling like things are their idea. I said, interesting. I don't think that's just your boss, right? Everyone likes feeling like things are their idea. The more you've participated in the process, the more ownership you have over the ideas or the process, the more bought in you are in the outcome. And so the question here is kind of how can we give some of that away? How can we ask questions and allow that to give away some of the participation and ownership so people will be more likely to be on board? Let me give you one last example of ways to reduce reactance, and then I'll move on to another idea in the framework. And this one's called highlighting a gap, and I'm going to show you a video here. And it's a video from an anti-smoking campaign in Thailand. I know it's a bit unusual, but you'll see why in a second. So there's a group called the Thai Health Promotion Foundation. They want to get people to quit smoking. Let me tell you, smokers are not very interested in quitting smoking. And so I want you to check out the campaign that they ran. Take a look at what they did, and then we'll talk about it for a couple minutes. And I want us to focus less on what they did and more about why it worked. Okay, so here's the campaign. I think I'm going to click go, and it'll play. Take a look at it, and let's talk then about why it worked. So pretty neat video, right? As they mentioned, hugely successful. 40% increase in calls to the quit line. I know it went by pretty quickly, but 40% increase in calls to quit line is amazing. Videos of the campaign go viral on the web, millions of views. But more interesting, I think, is why this was so effective. Why did this work? Any ideas? Why was this campaign so successful in changing behavior? Yeah. Yeah, so building on that, I would say the kids didn't tell them what to do. The kids encouraged them to realize it themselves, right? When I think about this idea of allowing for agency, I think about rather than persuading people, try to get them to persuade themselves, right? Rather than trying to sell people, get them to buy in. And so the Thai Health Promotion Foundation realized that if they push smokers, smokers are going to push back, right? If they told smokers what to do, smokers are going to say no. And so the main idea behind the campaign was, how can we get smokers to convince themselves? Right? And so what they did is play on a very old idea in psychology. People like their attitudes and their actions to line up. Right? If I say I care about the environment, I better recycle. If I say I love the 76ers, I better watch their games. I want those two things to line up. And if they don't, cognitive dissonance occurred. I feel bad, and so I do work to resolve that dissonance. And so here they've got a choice, right? I've just told this kid not to smoke, and they've reminded me I'm smoking. And so I can either tell the kid that smoking is fine, which I'm not going to do, or stop smoking myself, which is what 40% of them did. right? What this campaign did is it highlighted a gap. It pointed out a gap between attitudes and actions. We often do things that don't line up. Our attitudes and actions often don't line up, but we don't realize it, right? The smokers would always tell kids not to smoke. They had just never been asked, right? But by asking them, the kid said, wait a second, hey, remember you're doing this thing that you're not telling me to do? That doesn't add up. And again, the kid said, they didn't say stop smoking. The kid said, but do you want to do something about it? Right? And we can think about the same thing with masks and vaccines and all those sort of things as well, right? Rather than saying, hey, wear a mask, imagine you ask people, okay, hey, would you, if your kids were around or your elderly grandparents were around, would you want other people to wear a mask? If you'd say yes, well, maybe you should wear one as well, right? Rather than telling them what to do, highlighting that gap between attitudes and actions and encouraging them to resolve it themselves. And we can think about this in a variety of different domains, right? Think about at the office. You got an old project. Old initiative, it's not working, right? An old way of doing things. You want to do a digital transformation, but somebody else doesn't want to. You want to do one thing, but they're stuck on an old thing that's losing money. If you tell them to kill the project, they're going to say no, because it's theirs. They have that status quo bias, right? So take just a page out of what happened right here. Imagine if you said, hey, look, there's a colleague actually within a different part of the organization, or I have a friend at another company, and they're wondering, should they start something similar? You know, would you be willing to talk to them and share your thoughts? You know, would you recommend that they do something similar? And your colleague might say, no, I wouldn't recommend that they do something similar. Given what we know now, definitely not. But then you can say, okay, well then why are we still doing it? Because if you wouldn't recommend it for someone else, why are we doing it? Right? There's an old, I think it's HP, there was some old sort of leadership of HP. They were trying to figure out whether to continue doing something, a certain line of the business. And they said to themselves, well, if we hired a new CEO, what would the new CEO do? Would the new CEO keep this line of business? If the new CEO would kill it, why am I waiting for the new CEO to come in to kill it? Why don't I just kill it? Right? Why do I need someone else who doesn't have that status quo bias to do it? And so highlighting a gap, either within one's own head or within others' heads, can help them make a change. I'm not going to talk about endowment today. That's the E in the framework. I'm going to skip distance also. I want to spend a couple minutes on uncertainty because I think it's a great one with some useful strategies. And then I'll wrap up and take some questions. And so at the core, anytime there's change, there are what are called switching costs. Can somebody think about an example of a switching cost? If you know sort of what switching costs are, the switching costs of a change that you might have in your life or a change that someone else might have in their life. What is a cost of switching from something old to something new? Somebody pick time. What's an example of time cost? Learning the new thing, right? So hey, there's a new platform, new software at the office. I have to figure out how to use it. I've got to get a login, which I've got to remember. I've got to figure out what everything is. This happens to me. I just got the new operating system on my phone, which is a terrible idea, by the way. If you haven't gotten iOS 15, stay out of it. And like every time I want to open up a web page, I have to remember how to do it because it's different than before. It takes more effort. That's a cost of change. What's another cost of change?
Status.
What do you mean by status?
Failure, where like if you're the expert and then suddenly you try something that doesn't work.
Got it, right? And so it's safe sticking with the old thing, but it's risky doing the new thing. We think about monetary cost of change. What's an example of a monetary cost of change?
Changing cameras.
Changing cameras. You have an old one, it's free, you already bought it, right? You're going to spend the money to buy a new one. It's going to cost money to do it. And so whether it's money, whether it's time, whether it's effort, whether it's status, there are lots of costs of doing something new. All those costs are basically gone with the status quo. You're sticking with what you're doing already. You don't have to pay those costs. But new things have costs. Not surprisingly, people want benefits rather than costs. So the costs make them not want to do anything new. But let me tell you, it gets worse. Think about for any of these changes we've talked about, when the costs of change happen and when the benefits of change happen. Right? So the cost of downloading that new iOS update and the benefits. The cost of a new camera and the benefits of a new camera. The cost of a new car and the benefits of a new car. What's first, the cost or the benefits? Costs. And also think about which is more certain. Is the cost more certain or the benefit more certain? Costs are more certain. This is called the cost-benefit timing gap. Not only are you asking people to incur costs, but the costs are now. And the benefits, if they ever happen, are later. You're asking people to give up a pretty good thing. It's not perfect, but a pretty good thing for something that might be better, but they don't know if it's better or not, and they've got to incur all these costs to get there. No wonder nobody wants to change, right? So we sit there saying, oh, it's going to be better, but they say, how do I know it's going to be better? And there's all these costs to get there. How do we close that cost-benefit timing gap? Let me give you one more example. This is a study that was done at Stanford, probably now 30 years ago. Great old study. So they tell students it's the end of the semester. You just took a tough exam, you feel tired and run down, but congratulations, you passed. You have the opportunity to buy a very attractive 5-day Hawaii vacation package, but it expires tomorrow, the offer at this low price. Do you want to buy the package, not buy the package, or decide later? Okay, everyone get the situation? Pretty simple. Most students say, well, look, I passed an exam, I want to celebrate, I'll go buy the vacation package. That makes a lot of sense. Second group of students gets a very similar scenario with one detail different. You failed the exam. Same exam, same feeling tired and run down, same Hawaii vacation package at a low price, same options of buying, not buying, or decide later. Now these students aren't happy, they're bummed, right? But they say, look, I can't take the exam till next semester anyway. Right? I got to study somewhere. I might as well study in Hawaii, sort of lick my wounds. I'll buy the vacation package. Okay, so you pass, you buy the vacation package. You fail, you buy the vacation package. I think some of you can guess where this is going, but there's actually a third group. All that's different in the third group is you don't know yet. There's uncertainty. You'll find out tomorrow whether you passed or you failed. Do you want to buy that vacation package, not buy it, or decide later? And what I love about this example is for folks who like economics or folks who like decision trees, sort of decision theory, it's clear what people should do. Not what do people actually do, but what should people do here? Buy the vacation package, right? Walk down that decision tree. You don't know yet. You're at a node in the decision tree. But if it ends up, there are two options, passing or failing. If you pass, you buy it, and you fail, you buy it. So you can work back up the decision tree. You should buy it, right? What do you think people actually do? Decide later, right? They hit the pause button. Anytime we don't know what to do, we do nothing, right? Because it's easier to do nothing. We hope that that uncertainty will resolve if it ever does. And so the challenge of change, right? Pause button's great for the status quo. Because people keep doing whatever they're doing, but it's challenging for innovation and change because they're going to stick with what they're doing already. How do we get people to unpause, right? How do we ease that uncertainty and get people to take action? And so I'll show you a couple examples of how to do this. One comes from a company we all know called Dropbox. Right? Today we think about Dropbox as a very successful billion-dollar unicorn business, but they weren't that way at the beginning. When they started, they had a lot of trouble getting customers. Why? Because people were used to storing things on their desktop. They didn't know what the cloud was. They didn't want to use this new service that they were uncertain whether it was going to work or not. Sure, Dropbox said they were great, but how does the customer actually know? And so the safest thing was to continue doing what they were doing. Dropbox thought about investing a lot of money in ads. They thought about investing a lot of money in SEO and other sorts of things. They ended up doing something really clever. They gave Dropbox away for free. They said anyone who wants to try out Dropbox can get 2 gigabytes of storage absolutely free. Right? Now, you might be sitting there going, well, how do you build a billion-dollar business giving away something for free? Well, they didn't just give away something for free. They harnessed something called freemium. And many of you may be familiar with the idea of freemium. It is a portmanteau, or a combination of 2 words, free and premium. Yes, there's a free version of Dropbox, but there's also a premium version of Dropbox. You use it, you like it, you get those 2 gigabytes of storage for free. You may want to upgrade to pay for the premium version. Now, it's clear why consumers love free. Right? Why wouldn't I love free? I'm not having to pay anything. But companies like it as well. Right? Companies love it. There are dozens, if not hundreds, if not thousands, of billion-dollar businesses built on freemium. Right? Dropbox uses freemium. LinkedIn uses freemium. Zoom uses freemium. New York Times uses freemium. Evernote uses freemium. Pandora uses freemium. Basically, every software as a service we are aware of uses some sort of freemium business model. And the reason they like it so much is because it solves a key problem. Right? If your product or service is great, you can tell the customer that, but they're not going to believe you. Why? Because someone whose product wasn't so great would say the same thing. And so it's not very diagnostic what we say through paid media or owned media. But it was diagnostic as personal experience. Right? If this thing is great, let me give it away for free and allow you to experience it. Because if you like it so much, you've convinced yourself that it's good, and so you'll be willing to upgrade to the premium version. And so I love freemium. I think it's amazing. I recommend every client I work with apply some version of freemium. But I often work with clients that say, well, wait a second. I get how you do this if you sell software as a service, because your costs are really low. It doesn't cost Dropbox very much to give away some storage. It costs the New York Times nothing to give away that one article to an additional person. But what if I sell physical goods? What if I'm a fleet management company? What if I'm a hospital or a doctor? How do I harness freemium? But if you think about it, freemium is actually just one example of a much bigger and broader idea. So think about a new car. You want a new car, right? So you say, look, I'm interested in this new car. If a dealer said, that's fantastic, you're interested in this new car, pay me $40,000 and I'll let you check it out. Would you ever buy a new car? No. What do you want first? You want some experience. And so what does the dealer do? They give you a test drive. Test drives, whether in car dealerships or in technologies, are exactly the same as freemium. There's no free version of the product and premium version of the product, but it does the same thing, which is lower the barrier to trial. Right? It gives people experience without having to pay all those costs. It solves the cost-benefit timing gap. Right? It takes some of those costs and it kicks them down the road to later, whether freemium or not. Right? And it's not just test drives. Free shipping does the same thing. People hate paying for shipping. Why? Because they want the good. Right? And they don't want to have to pay to figure out whether they're going to like it or not. So free shipping has enabled e-commerce, free shipping and returns, right? I talked to the Zappos co-founders in the book about the story of free shipping. Amazing story, has solved a lot of the problem, right? Has turned Zappos, they didn't want to have showrooms, they've made your living room their showroom, right? And free shipping has enabled it. Same with free samples at the grocery store. Same with renting rather than buying. These things aren't freemium, but they serve the same purpose. They lower the barrier to trial. They take all those upfront costs that you'd usually have to pay before you get to experience and remove at least some of them, making it easier to try. And the same thing works internally. So Zappos is actually another great story, both externally with free shipping, but also internally. When they were starting, they had a lot of trouble getting off the ground. Right? They had some money from venture capitalists. In fact, the only good news that venture capitalists said was there's such a bad business to be in that there's no competition. Right? And today it's obvious that people like shopping online, right? Some of you may be shopping online while I'm talking. Hopefully not, but some of you may be. But you've probably been online shopping this week. But in the early 2000s, that wasn't what the market looked like. We forget, but in the early 2000s, really unlikely that people were going to shop online. Very few people were doing it. They were uncertain about what they were going to get. They didn't trust the merchants. And so Zappos had this problem. They said, well, look, we've got a little money, and we want to figure out whether people will buy shoes online. But think about how much it would cost to set up a warehouse with all the inventory, build a perfect website, and do all those things. They would burn through all their venture money so that if they didn't actually, consumers didn't want to buy shoes online, they were out of business. And so they wanted to figure out a way to de-risk the process to make it easier to gain some learnings without so much cost. And so what did they do? Well, they did something really, really clever. They went to local running shoe stores and said, hey, let me take a picture of your inventory. And I'm going to put a picture of your inventory on my website. And if someone buys your shoes from me, I'll buy them from you and ship it to the person. And running shoe stores said, well, that's fantastic. I don't know what a website is, but sounds cool. You're going to sell some of my inventory? Great. But there's one question. You're selling the customer my shoes at $100, and you're buying them from me for $100, and you're paying shipping. Aren't you going to go out of business? Aren't you going to lose money? And indeed, Zappos lost money. After of every pair of shoes they sold, they lost money, $5, $10, $15. But it was still an amazing strategy. And if you think about why, there are two reasons. First, they only lost money if consumers would buy shoes online, which is the thing they wanted to test and learn about. If nobody buys shoes online, they didn't lose any money. So it's perfect, the incentives are perfectly lined up. And, right, they lost a lot less money, even if 1,000 people end up buying shoes online, a lot less money than they would have buying all that inventory and doing that work up front. Same idea, lowering the barrier to trial. Even internally, with things you want to test and learn from, how can you make it easier to get some of the benefit or some of the experience before you pay all the cost? One last example, and then I will wrap up. And this is with test drives again. Right? So there's a challenge with test drives. I love the idea of test drives in whatever business we're in, but there's a problem. Who takes a test drive? If you're Acura, who comes and takes a test drive? You have to know Acura exists as a brand, and you have to what? Kind of think you'd like it. Right? If you don't think you'd like Acura, Acura's not for you, you're never going to go get a test drive. And so you're only appealing to a small set of the market. How can you get those larger set of the market that might love what you're doing if they took a test drive but wouldn't come in to get one? How can you get them to find out about what you're doing, right, and be interested in it? And so Acura had this problem a few years ago. People who knew the brand loved it. People had one Acura, came back and bought another Acura. But there weren't enough people like that, right? They had been in the market longer than Lexus. Lexus was kicking their tail. They had to do something to get attention. So they did something really interesting. They paired with W Hotels, high-end hotel. And then when you checked into a W, you'd get a little slip of paper that said, hey, staying at a W, you can get a ride anywhere in town for free in an Acura. You don't have to be in the car market. You don't have to be interested in a new car. You just need a ride to the airport, your meeting, anything at all. Now, did everyone who stayed at the hotel take a ride in an Acura? No, but hundreds of thousands of them did. Did they all end up buying an Acura? No, but tens of thousands of them did. Because this program drove discovery. It brought the trial to people. Rather than a test drive where they have to go to the dealership and know they're interested, how can we embed an experience, a test of an experience of what we want other people to do in something they're already doing? Right? They don't have to step out of their everyday lives to get it. They learn from that experience within what they're already doing, and then they decide it's valuable, and then they're more likely to do it. Right? More likely to try means more likely to buy. Let me just wrap up, and then I think I have time for questions. Yes, who's ever got the time? Fantastic. So as we talked about today, catalysts reduce roadblocks. What do we mean by that? Well, they reduce a number of different roadblocks, right? They reduce reactance. They give people choice. They allow for agency. They encourage participation. Rather than pushing people, which leads to pushing back, they involve people in the process. They ease endowment, right? That's all about the status quo bias. We tend to be attached to the old thing. We tend to think the old thing is safe. How can we ease that endowment? How can we highlight the cost of inaction, making people realize that doing nothing isn't as safe as it might seem, right? If the status quo was terrible, people would have already changed, right? Because if it was terrible, they'd do something new. The problem is it's not bad enough. They're sitting there going, it's not bad enough. It might not be worth changing. There's a great study that kind of looks at this in medicine. They say, hey, which do you think is worse, a minor injury or a major one? Which causes you more pain, a minor injury or a major injury? And we'd all say, well, major injury, of course, right? If I had a heart attack or shattered my knee or busted my elbow, it would cause a lot of pain. And that intuition makes a lot of sense, right? It is very painful to go through those experiences, but a minor injury actually causes more pain. Any idea why? You don't get it fixed, right? Exactly. And so if things are terrible, we do the work. We get them fixed, right? If you have a house that's infested with cockroaches, you call an exterminator. But if you have a couple of flies every once in a while, you never call the exterminator, and you deal with a couple of flies the rest of your life. You deal with those minor injuries the entire time, right? And so often we are right below that threshold. What they're doing is not perfect, but it's also not terrible, and so it's not enough to get them to change. We need to highlight the cost of inaction and showing them that doing nothing, living with a minor injury or having a couple flies in your house all the time is actually not ideal, and encourage them to take the action. Distance, too far from people's backyard, they tend to disregard information, right? If what we're asking is too far away from where they are currently, they're not even going to consider the possibility of change. And so what we need to do is chunk the change. Take big change, break it down into smaller chunks, ask for less, and only then ask for more. Uncertainty we talked about, right? Easing that risk that people feel through lowering the barrier to trial, and there are a number of ways to do that. And corroborating evidence is just multiple sources of proof, right? If we're trying to change something small, like a pebble, you put a pebble on a scale, it only takes a little bit of weight to make the pebble go. But if we're trying to move something big, challenging, risky, important, expensive, like a boulder, right? If we think about a boulder, you got to put a lot of weight on that scale. There's got to be a lot of proof to get someone to change something that they're really ingrained in. And so often multiple sources of proof are required. Not just one, but multiple different sources providing different perspectives in a short enough period of time to drive action. Two key next steps from this talk. I got two last slides. I love events like this. I often come back to the office with pages and pages of notes, but then my question is always, what do I do first? Right, so I would say two things to walk away from this talk with. The first, let's be better at finding the parking brakes. Right? You may be sitting there going, I like your 5 brakes, but I think in my line of work there's a 6th one or a 7th one, that's fine. We tend to have barrier blindness. We tend to be unaware of what the barriers are, right? It's really hard to create change if we're blind to the barriers. And so let's start to recognize what those barriers are. Let's find the parking brakes and let's identify them. You know, when you go to a doctor's office, a doctor doesn't say, hey, let me put a cast on your leg. A doctor starts by diagnosing the problem. Well, tell me what's wrong, then I'll figure out the solution. Too often we jump to the solution because we know the outcome we want to achieve. We need to back up a couple steps, understand the person we're trying to change a bit better. And then second, once we've found the parking brakes, we can figure out how to mitigate them. And in case it's helpful, there's an application guide on my website, just myname.com/resources, that you can download and work on with your teams. There's a guide for changing a boss's mind or a colleague's mind, changing your organization. There's an external-facing guide for customers and clients and consumer behavior, one-pagers, and things along those lines. Because good news, it's not random, it's not luck, and it's not chance. There's a science behind why people change and why they don't. If we understand that science, we can do more effective messaging and build better experiences. We can become more effective change agents, and at the core, we can change anything. So thank you guys so much. Hope you enjoyed the talk, and I'd love to answer some questions. Thank you. Yes?
I have 2 quick questions. One,
please.
Did any of the smokers like the kid's
cigarette? Why are you asking?
I'm just curious if that happened.
I don't. So I am not the Chieh Health Promotion Foundation. I did not work with them. I am not aware. I think they said at the end that they all threw away their cigarettes. I don't think any of them told the kid to smoke. But what I love, by the way, about that campaign is no one knows more about the dangers of smoking than smokers, right? They have all the information. We tend to think, oh, if I just give people a little more information, information's the problem. But they are like doctors, right? Emphysema, lung cancer, strokes, like they know it all and they're still doing it. And so giving them more information is not going to solve it. Yeah, sorry, you said something else.
So you spoke to both convincing consumers and your employees.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, you want to inspire your employees, you want to convince them, but there's also that element of, hey, just do what I'm telling you to do.
Yes.
How does that weigh into this?
Yeah. I think it's fortunate to be in the position of being able to tell people what to do. If we can just legislate things, whether as governmental organizations or as bosses, and people will do them, that's great. I think the challenge of that, though, is even when we can legislate something, I know as bosses we don't legislate something, but we basically do, it's not going to be as effective as if we have buy-in. Right? If people aren't interested in doing it, if people don't want to do it, they're going to drag their feet, they're not going to do as good of a job. And so even in cases where we can tell people what to do, I think the more we can make them feel bought into the process, the more we can make them feel like it's kind of their idea, the more choice we can give them, the better off we're going to be. I mean, I haven't heard of an organization, they were, they merged with another company, and they were giving people new roles. They were either getting rid of people or giving them new roles, and they could have just said, hey, here's your role, right? And people would have said, thanks, I guess, right? Because I like having a paycheck, so I'll keep working here. But instead what they did is said, hey, we think these 2 or 3 roles would be good for you. Which one do you want? And that's a very small thing, but it, 1, allows people to select in what they think they're going to be better at, and 2, gives them more satisfaction. I got to choose this. I'm at least a bit happier, and so I'm going to be happier when I'm coming into work, and I'm probably going to do a better job. Yeah. Yes?
So also 2 questions with this. So first of all, how do you get people from thinking a nice to have to a need to have? So how do you get that? Because there's a lot of nice to have, but it's still
Yes.
nice to have needed. And how do you link that with your support and belief and love of the freemium model, perhaps?
Yes, so let me answer the first question, and then I want to make sure I understand the second one. So I actually talk a lot about in the book about vitamins and painkillers, which is basically what you just said. So people in startup land talk about vitamins and painkillers. A vitamin is a nice to have, a painkiller is a need to have, right? Oh yeah, I'd love to take a vitamin, and I know I should take vitamins, and thank you for telling me again why vitamins are a good idea, and I will definitely get to it one day. It's a nice to have, right? Whereas painkillers are a need to have. Like if I have a headache, I'm not wondering whether I should or not should. Tell me where the Tylenol is, I'm going to get it. And so in the distance chapter, one of the ideas of the distance chapter is any decision, any person can be rated on a football field of beliefs. Easy to see with politics, right and left, but anything at all, someone can be near or far to where you want them to go. And we always want to start with the people for which our product or service or idea is that need to have, right? Start with the folks who, if we just told them it existed, if I just tell you what aisle the Tylenol is, you will go buy it. Right, I tell my students the same thing. I was talking to someone today who was interested in a startup, and she was like, well, how do I think about go-to-market strategy? And I said, well, don't start doing 17 things at once for different people. Start by figuring out the set of people for whom if they just knew you existed, right, you don't have to do any persuasion. Think about that customer journey. No persuasion. All you need is awareness. You tell me you exist, I'm gonna do it. And so I often would say, let's start with those folks that are closer on that football field, the folks for which our solution, our product, our service, our thing is that need to have, that painkiller, and then use them to help us with other folks, right? Use them and use the power of word of mouth. This book is all about word of mouth and how to get it. I think word of mouth is fantastic. I think it's the second best thing. Only the first best would be personal experience. That's why I like freemium so much. And so that's what I would say for the first thing is figure out those folks for which we are a need to have. The other question, I'm not sure I understood.
The question really relates to it, which is can freemium or trying it out and using it take you from it? Oh, I thought this was nice to. Oh my God, I'm addicted to this. Somebody.
Yes. Oh yes. Yeah. We were actually just talking about this in class. What is today? Friday? Wednesday. Yeah. So I'm teaching the core at the moment. So it's like the introduction to marketing for all our MBA students. And Wednesday was pricing day, and we were talking about freemium quite a bit. And one thing I was saying is if you look at successful freemium, there's an appendix, by the way, in the back of the book all about how to do freemium a bit better. But if you, the Catalyst, the yellow one. Yes, yeah. Yeah. But one thing we talked a lot about is sort of you build these experiences, right? But you also want to create lock-in in some way. Right? Because if you have freemium, but there's no lock-in at all, so think about what's happened in like what would you call Blue Apron? Like the food sort of at home, yeah, subscription services, right? They looked like they were going to do well and then tanked. In part because there's no stickiness there. There's no reason to stay with one of them. You use Blue Apron, and you enjoyed the 6 free meals or whatever it is, and then you go to HelloFresh, and then you go to Yellow Apron or Green Apron or whatever the next one is, and there's no reason to stay. Right? It's freemium, it's a free trial, it's a version of freemium, version below, but they haven't thought about their retention strategy. Whereas if you think about something like Pandora, let's say. So Pandora is the same thing, right? Free trial. You can use it as long as you want, I believe, but you get ads. Why don't people just switch to another platform? Let's say they had a free 30 days or whatever it is. Why don't people just switch to another platform? Or Dropbox, same thing, right? When people hit the 2 GB storage, why don't they just switch to another platform? The switching costs, right? But notice who's created those switching costs. It's not the brand saying you have to stick with us or else we're going to punish you, like frequent flyer miles do. It's the consumers creating their own switching costs. Because the consumers have customized that experience for themselves on Pandora, or on Dropbox, they've loaded all the stuff themselves. Now it's more work for them to do the switching, and so they've created the switching costs, and they can't blame you as the brand. Right? They're happy to pay you, and they've created stickiness because they've put themselves into it. And so whether we're Blue Apron, HelloFresh, or a bunch of other things in this space, I think thinking about that retention, how we build in stickiness through encouraging consumers or customers to create their own switching costs is going to be a lot more effective than penalizing people or other things. I love freemium. Everyone should do some version of freemium or lowering the barrier to trial. What I love about it is it only works if what we're offering is good. Right? If people try it and they don't like it, it's not going to work. And so it causes us to solve the problem for our customers, which I think is our big goal anyway. Maybe one, I don't know where we are on time, one or two more if there are? One or two more?
Can some of these things be used for enterprise sales too? Bigger product, which is like, let's say, enterprise software?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask, why couldn't they be used for enterprise software? So, I work with a lot of clients in B2B as well as in sort of enterprise software spaces, and I think about the same sort of things, right? I mean, we have to think about who that customer is, right? And it's obviously multiple people, but I think a lot about how can I give away some sort of experience that allows people to get a sense of what we're doing without having to pay all those upfront costs. And so to me, how we do it may be a little bit different, but the principles behind it are exactly the same. Whether we can do Good, yeah. But what I would think about, right, is then we have multiple customers, right? And I would think about sketching out that customer journey for those multiple customers, and I would try to think about what they need to make that decision and how I can move them down the journey and use experience to do that. And so you're very right, what works for the user may be different than what works for the payer, and maybe I want to use the user to encourage them to put pressure on the payer. Depends on the type of situation we're talking about. But to me, it's conceptually the same, right? We may want to have a different experience that we're offering, but the ideas are the same. Whether it's giving people choice, whether it's lowering the barrier to trial, the concepts are the same, even if we may apply them a little bit differently.
My second question would be in terms of sales, right?
Yep.
So this fundamentally can, or should ideally have an impact in terms of changing as to how sales training is done.
Yes.
Because sales training a lot is in terms of push.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Yeah. I do a bit of work with sales teams on training them how to think about these things. I mean, what I will say is it's not that no one's thought about these things, right? I've talked to salespeople who've said, I've talked to consultants who said, what'd you say?
This is sales 101. Yeah.
I think it is for some places. Yes, good. Yes, I would agree. So, I did a podcast a couple months ago with the folks that do a challenger sale, and they talk about training folks on exactly this. And so I'm not saying all the ideas here no one's ever thought of before, but I think it's the right way to do things, and it's not the training that everyone gets. And so I think, I talk a lot in the introduction of the book and the reactants chapter about hostage negotiators and how they start not by influence, they start by understanding the person they're trying to change, right? And use that understanding of the person then to craft a process that leads to the outcome. I think the same thing can be said of good sales folks, right? They understand they're not just about building relationships, but they're understanding the people they're serving enough to be able to guide that journey and create value for both sides. I mean, I'm teaching the marketing course. We talk a lot about not only capturing of value, but creation of value. And I think that's when sales goes well. It's not about telling people to buy something they don't need. It's helping them find the right thing through understanding what they need. But we've got to start with understanding. Well, thank you, guys. I will hang out for a couple more minutes if there are any questions. And otherwise, thanks so much and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you again, Jonah. So I'm just going to, yeah. So we're, yes, in the process of wrapping up. We're actually going to go ahead and do our raffle. So I want to, again, thank all of you for your
It's 955110.
All right, so let's pick our next winner. I guess I'll mix it.
Is 955129.
For the projector. So that's for the projector and the popcorn machine. All right, and then the mystery box. Does anyone know what it is aside from John Harding? No. And is it a Vivo?
955108.
Okay, next one.
955061.
Well, of course, everyone wants to.
So when you guys are using your gifts, you have to make sure to send us a picture. Excuse me? Yeah, or post the picture and tag us in it.
The big one, and then the rest of the accessories.
Heather.
I know, we're early. Oh, okay. It's not up there. What Edane's gonna do is you can move this survey. I know, I have this.
This is super cool. This is amazing. Okay, Brad, we're sending out of office message. Try to reach me. Wow, that is amazing. Yay. Thank you.
So we're running a little bit ahead, sorry. So I'm actually gonna give a quick 5-minute break so you guys can use the restroom or so forth, and then we're gonna come in with our closing remarks. So please come back in about 5 minutes.
And raising the toast.
Yeah.
Jonah as well.
Yep.
Raise the toast at the end, Jonah.
That's what, we need to take a break to get the toast in here because we're running a little ahead. So, but you know, let's start up again about 4:10. Thank you. While you guys are on break, we have a survey. If you have a minute, you could take a picture of the QR code and answer the survey questions. We'd appreciate it.
Are we ready? Sure. Awesome, perfect. Thank you very much. I think we have this tradition of raising a toast together. This is X equals experience is as much about friendship as much as sharing knowledge. And without you, this event wouldn't have been possible. As I mentioned to some of you, about a month back, we didn't know whether we'll have the event or. The fact that you really accepted the invitation last minute and came over really means a lot to us. And I mean, I at this point in time, I'm extremely thankful to almost my team, especially Heather Dassett. Heather had done an incredible job. Pulling off such an event in a span of 1 month or less is incredible, Heather. Thank you very much. And of course, helped by Shannon, who some of you met yesterday, and Sana, who recently joined, and very importantly, Lily. Just a quick word about Lily. I think so. Ruth has been coming to all of our events, and when she asked me that can Lily act as an intern for Heather, I thought it was a very unique opportunity. But most importantly, it also shows as to how much of a family this really has become. So this is more of an X equals experience family for us. As Angela mentioned, I think thank you so much for your generous contributions for these girls. It really means a lot. I will never ever forget this one, because this was the one where we really completed the entire loop, right? The girl that Swati actually is now going to get a job, I mean, start a job effectively, which is incredible and which wouldn't have been possible had it not been for your support. So thank you very much for all of your contributions and all of your generosity. I really appreciate it. Last but not the least, I really have to call on Jonah. I have been a massive fan, so here he is. And I've read all of your books, so I think massive fans. I'm almost like a kid in the candy store, sort of having Jonah speak there. It's really a privilege, Jonah. I must say that we are getting a little biased towards Wharton. The last time we had Jerry Wind, and then we have had David Bell. So we have had pretty much a Wharton group forming here. So we welcome to the X equals experience community. It's absolutely a privilege to have you here. And finally, last but not the least, I think one request and ask. This event, we don't really market because it's a very unique type of event. It's not really a sales event. So I think the only way for us to really be able to grow the community is with your help. My request and ask to all of you is, if you think you have one contact who can benefit from such content, such inspiring speakers like Jonah, and we had Michele, and we had, of course, Chieh, and of course, the panel discussion, please do feel free to refer it to me or Heather. We would really love to have them over next time. Next time, hopefully, we'll be out of the pandemic, and it'll be, we'll have 40, 45 people, which is the normal number as well. But thank you very much for coming in. If you can really all step forward, we'll just raise the toast. Jonah, you include it, please. We'll just raise a toast. We'll have a group photo as well, if everyone can sort of step to the front. Susan, you probably are familiar with this thing, yes.
Scooch over here, right over here.
Oh, no, yes.
No, that's good. No, I'm good with that. I like having this in front of me.
The right or the center? Okay. Awesome, thank you. Here is to friendship.
Here.
Oh.
It's around your neck. Good place to highlight.
Oh.
Much better. Now I can see everyone. All right. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you. Got it.
Stay safe, be well. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Jonah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Really